PJ Moore on the charge. Prince Mashawe making 2 bowling changes, bringing on the spinner both sides. Jonathan Campbell from the school end, and Brendan Mavuta, the more experienced campaigner, coming around for the city end.
Morning, Stanley Chiwaza.
Morning once again, Larry. PJ Moore, he loves spinners. He's strong with it. And when he does go, he goes big. He's done very well, the Jonathan Campbell, to stop that one because it was hitting straight to the boundary. And the ideal situation for Prince Mashaure is if you want to bring in a spinner, make sure you're not bowling spinners in tandem. You want to have a spinner on one end and a seamer operating from the other, because PJ Moore is strong at facing spin.
So what's interesting here is Brandon Mavuta until today was averaging 4.35. Pardon me. In this match, he's going at 6.86 at the moment. Looks as if this is perhaps the pitch, or because it looks like seamers have been extracting more from this particular pitch as opposed to the spinners.
Not getting obviously as much grip, and that has missed everything. That was a brilliant delivery. The wrong one from Brandon Mavuta. Diff played all around it, missed the googly, and importantly for him, unlucky for him rather, it's missed the leg stump. He's fortunate to still be there. It was a brilliant delivery to end the over from Brendan Mavuta. 107 for 2. And tactical thinking. Seamer has been brought in to try and quieten down PJ Moore. He's taken the charge. He's taken a liking into the spinners. Jonathan Campbell not having the best of starts today. Has been a very, very good performer for the Mid-innings Rhinos, both bat and ball. Jonathan Campbell. Neville Madziva comes in from the school end for his second spell of the day. Current figures have been very good. And his first spell of 4 overs, just the 5 runs, at an economy of just 1.2. What's missing is obviously a figure in that wickets column, but all the same, started off very well. Has an opportunity to try and pile on the pressure once more again. And that's a brilliant delivery. Targeting that 4th stump line, angling into top of off. A very experienced campaigner in his own right. Has even been handy for the Zimbabwe national T20 team. And Neville Madziva helping Zimbabwe achieve victory against Bangladesh. Taken quite a dip performer, but this season he's been good. Another good delivery once again. His partnership is growing. 63 runs from these two. This is exactly what the Mountaineers required. Somebody to steady their ship. Definite Mawazi came in, looked aggressive from ball 1. Picked to Joseph Moore. 35 of 28 deliveries, with 3 maximums innings so far. He will look to bat through. He's an experienced campaigner, Peter Joseph Moore. And there's still plenty of batting to come. Tim St. Maruma An accomplished campaigner for the Mountaineers as well. But as for now, it all rests on Peter Joseph Moore. And nicely cut away to the fielder. Third man. Easy pickings for Mike Chinoya. It's just the single so far from this over. I like this. Now, this is the sort of ploy you need to use when you have a batsman like PJ Moore on the wicket. Every opportunity, every delivery that is flighted off the hand of a spinner, he will take a pounce on it, and more than likely he will get a maximum. Short ball employed. We'll have to ball that one again. Umpire Foster Matizwa signaling wide from the square leg, and rightfully so. Obviously, though, a disappointment from Neville Madzio. It was the last delivery of the over, but unfortunately, it has to be lower than shoulder height. The bouncer. Change in field. Carl Mumba, full that fine leg, brought into the circle. Slow delivery. Tashigam Sagira has to move to his left. But all the same, it's a single to end the 25th over, 111. I beg your pardon, it's no delivery to come.
And while that delivery is loading, just to tell you that there's a third and fourth match, playoff match that's taking place in Valayo, where Alliance Health Eagles are up against Tuskers. They're now 133. After 28 overs, they're 129 for 5. And you can follow that on the Zimbabwe Cricket app, which you can download on iOS or Apple Store.
Brandon Mafuta to continue from the city end. Starts off the wrong one. And rightfully so. The umpire, Foster Mtizwa, signaling that Brandon Mafuta has the ball. That one again. Starting off the googly 2 straight. Brandon Mafuta just angling towards the leg stump. Just happy to watch PJ Moore in action as Definite Mawanzi. He's slowed down a lot now. 28 of 51 deliveries, a strike rate of 55. He came in, looked to play strong shot. That's a good delivery once again from Brandon. But ever since PJ Moore has taken charge, he's been happy just to knock it around. Partnership of 67 runs so far. Tries to go big this time. Doesn't time it well. But importantly, though, for Mountaineers, it brings PJ Moore on strike.
And with that run, they were able to avoid the unlucky Nelson. Was that anything that ever bothered you, or is it in people's heads?
Well, not for me. Definitely wasn't bothered about it. But the more people talk about it, I suppose, it becomes somewhat of a reality. Funny things have happened when it's been the 111. Up and above that. Oh my God. What a brilliant delivery. It's all happening out there. Just not lucky. Brendan Mafuta. Beaten PJ Moore lights out. Totally deceived with the flight. And then some grip and turn off the surface. There is something out there for the spinners. Definitely. And I'll tell you what, it's going to be interesting this afternoon because The Mountaineers do have themselves a decent bowling lineup as well. But that's for later, because it's 20 after 26. That's 115 for 2. Neville Madziva continues once again at the school end. A good passage of play so far here for the Mountaineers. It was not easy when they first started. Playing the miss. Flirting with danger outside the line of off stump, PJ Moore. You know what they say, the longer you stay out there, it gets a little easier because you somewhat get accustomed to the conditions. Assess, accept, and adapt.
So I know earlier on, when I was having a chat with Darlington Matabanazo, someone who you batted on this particular pitch with, we're talking about 210, 220, 230 is a good score. I think you can go a little bit north of that, 250, 260 from here.
Should you be thinking along those lines, I think it'll come this partnership. 71 is looking set. If they can grow it, but above that, also what's very important is the strike rate. Is how quickly they can get their runs. When we're approaching the 30th mark in terms of overs, obviously then about, you're looking to multiply that score by 2. But an important statement by Darlington is how this wicket will probably get better to bat on after that 30th mark. So it's crucial that the likes of Peter Joseph Moore is still out there. If he bats long, if he bats deep, partnered by the likes of Timson Maruma, who can hit a long ball as well. Shingi Masakadze, another key batsman in this lineup. Then that score of north of 250 is very possible. But crucial for the Midwest Rhinos is that they break this partnership, and ideally they would like to see the back of PJ Moore back into the change room. Cut away. Takuzonashi Kaitano does good. Saves 2. Would have been a boundary because he was pretty much in the wrong position. 15 yards off the boundary rope. Plenty of work to do to his right, but fortunately for him, it's quick enough. And then he cuts that on away. Different Mowazi. 31 of 54 deliveries. And nicely tucked away. Now this is good batting now. Need plenty more of that. In between the big shots. They need to continue to make sure that scoreboard is ticking. It's the end of the 27th, 119 for 2. Starts full. Brendan Mavuta. Different Moazi. Certainly missing out on this one. Just looking at how pristine this field is. Courtesy of some good work from Austin Johnny, the creator here, and Quick Quiz Sports Club. A fantastic venue for a pro final. Quick Quiz Sports Club has been used for a couple of internationals back in the day. It hasn't seen much international action for a very long time now. Still searching for those singles. He needs to play a hard shot, because what this does, it's the dot balls that will create the nest. That means someone like a PJ Moore, when he gets an opportunity to go and strike, he has to play a big shot. He needs to complement the effort that PJ Moore is doing. He has to find a way to keep that scoreboard ticking.
Well, I think, that is true, and absolutely, I think that there is that need for him to attack. I think also you need to show respect to the top wicket taker of the tournament, and that's a drop catch.
And this is due to all the pressure that has been built by Brendan Mavuta. This is the fifth dot, right? It's unfortunate there for Jonathan Campbell, but this was a well-deserved wicket for Brandon. But unfortunately, he has to restart. The never dependable Jonathan Campbell grabs that one, and it's the end of the 28th. Would have been 119 for 3, but they'll have to settle for 119 for 2. Good start to the over. Neville Madzila has been brilliant today so far. Brilliant figures. He's into his 7th, 2 maidens, 12 runs. An economy, importantly, of under 2. He's used the new ball to great effect early on in the power play, bowling 4 overs in that effort, being replaced by Carl Mumba from the City end.
And something you were talking about a little bit earlier, the fact that because they've got pace on one end and spin on the other, that's slowed down the run rate. You just had spin on both ends. Someone like Peter Moore will punish you for that.
He's strong versus spin. It's a no-go area when you have a batsman like PJ Moore on strike, unless if the wicket is really, really turning. Yes, you've got a chance, but someone like Jonathan Campbell is not a big turner of the ball. He relies more on accuracy. But when a wicket is not gripping, it's just getting on. He's not a big turner of the ball. And it's someone like PJ Moore who really looked to pounce. And he did that to great effect to try and put more impetus into this effort. 120 for 2 after 28, into the 29th over. At some point, they'll be looking to multiply that score by 2. Give themselves what could be a possible total. They've got big hitters at the end. The Mountaineers. Good charge down the ground. But once again, still not able to get bats on ball. The likes of Winston Masakaza still to come. Tinashe Muchawaya. Victor Nyauchi himself can hit a long ball. So crucial is this partnership, because this is now setting a good foundation, somewhat of a good recovery from the way they started in the first 10. Attempt to bounce it. Good one. But fortunately for Tips and Mawadzi, it falls way short the field at the fine leg region. Part of the crowd that's here today. Good to see what will be possibly the future of cricket in Zimbabwe. A couple of schools that have come in to watch and support the home team, the Midwest Rhinos. It's a lovely setting out here. I mean, we have a brilliant private school around us, Goldridge Primary School and Senior School. Good to see. And it's the end of the 29th, 122 for 2. It's been a quiet period, so I wonder what we the thoughts of PJ Moore, because it's been quieting down. Of Nevo Masiva being brought into the attack from the school end. And Brandon Mavuta with the ball in hand. He continues from the city end. Long on. Sweeper on the leg side. Big shot. Brilliantly driven straight down the ground by PJ Moore. And all he needs is just a little bit of flight and he'll pounce. This is a good stroke from PJ Moore. Did mention shutting down for a while now. And know from here on, any opportunity he'll get to score of Brandon Mavuta, he will take it. Chance of catch it. Is this an opportunity? Yes! Mike Kitchener does the trick. Brilliant catch. It was dying on him. PJ Moore looking to take on Brandon Mavuta once again. This time getting a thick outside edge. And a good catch from Mike Chinoya. And this is what the Midwest Rhinos needed. A wicket, and importantly, that man, PJ Moore, he has to depart. Brilliant wicket for the Midwest Rhinos. 126 for 3. Timson Maruma comes onto the crease. Another good period of good bowling from Brandon Mavuta. Dispatched for strong boundary down the ground. First ball, but he's held his nerve. He's come back a lot stronger. And he gets that important wicket, that important breakthrough. And getting rid of PJ Moore. Timson, shots of catch it. It's the top edge of the bat, sliding, slipping off the surface. But looks like he's fine. Timson Marua quite prone to injuries. They do need him to bat long, the Mountaineers. Somewhat of a recovery period, a good recovery period had been initiated between Different Maudzi and PJ Moore, but the demise is such that these two have to start again. Another play in the miss from Different Maudzi. He's not enjoying spin at the moment. Definitely not looking as comfortable as PJ Moore was. Looking to play a lot more off the back foot. Trying to play square off the wicket on both sides. Definite. And this time he comes forward, makes contact, but no run. Brilliant over from Brendan Mavuta comes to an end after 30. It's 127 for 3. Bowling change from the school end. Neville Madziwa making way for the captain himself. Prince Mashauri, left arm spinner, giving himself an opportunity here. Hopefully try and continue to break the shackles of the Mountaineers batting effort. Quite deceiving. Not a big turner, does skid it on. So evidently, he's the sort of bowler you want to play with the full face of the bat. Starts off flat, short. Easy pickings for batsmen of Timson Maruma's caliber. Would have played plenty of cricket against each other as these two. So pretty much all the tricks in the bag will be well known. Still looking to play square time. He moves quickly. Does different Mawadzi. Rocking back. Cutting it square onto the offside. There's a sweeper in place. Tashingam Sekiwa keeps proceedings just to a single. Much better delivery. Much fuller. Not much flight from the short man, Prince Mazauri. Gets the ball quick into the wicket, just like that. Obviously, by bringing himself in, he'll also be wary of the fact that they need to watch the over rate. Having bowled plenty of seam, every now and then you do get a bit of news from the umpires with regards to how far behind you are with your over rate. So perhaps bringing himself into the attack. So some good work happening on this camp. Last season, they were under the watchful eye and leadership of Walter Chaguta. Shots of catch it. Can Prince get there? No. And when they won their first ever trophy, they were once again under the guidance of Walter Chaguta. So these last 2 years, has seen a change in how the Midwest Rhinos, well known in the domestic setup to be perennial losers, but the paradigm shift in the line of thought is such that they now believe they can do very well, especially in the shorter format. Under the leadership now, obviously, of Adam Chifo, looking good in the sense that he's looking to continue the good work of his predecessor, continuing that winning spirit within this unit. This is good bowling from a rejuvenated Brandon Mavuta. Obviously now well pumped, especially after that dismissal of PJ Moore. Darlington, good afternoon.
Really good display from Mavuta today. 6.31 for 27. And it's been a lot of that. He's gotten past the outside and the inside edge of the bat a few times today. You get the impression that just one more wicket here, and he should be really happy with himself if he could be the one who finds that, or create the pressure that creates that wicket. He's looked really keen and interested.
Another good delivery. It's just the single to end his 7th over. 1 for 28 are his current figures, and after 32, that's 133 for 3. And with that, it'll be break. Drinks breaks for the players, and a change in commentary
Captain Mashaure, he'll continue from the southern end of the ground. He's had a good outing today. Just one over, but 3 runs from it, more importantly. And that's a good shot from Definite Mawadzi. He's got himself early into a good position, targeting that wide open space behind square on the leg side. He's got solid contact.
You feel he's been looking for that shot. And the skipper, Midwest skipper, just pitching that ball too short. He's bowling flattish. So the ball come onto bat very nicely. Much better delivery.
We were talking then off air. I'm just going to share a conversation we had. Stanley and I, we just seen a lot of Definite Mawadzi last couple of years. Not very pleasing on the eye, but he has this tendency to make runs in crunch situations like this. And he hasn't disappointed today. 41 from 71. And he's been good.
Lovely delivery. That outside edge of his has been beaten once or twice. He did play a full shot early on when Brandon Mavuta came up, when Maskeo was bowling earlier.
Yeah, it did get dropped by Jonathan Campbell, who earlier in the day had taken another very good catch to take the first wicket. More about that in the next over. 140 for 3 after 33.
Brandon Mavuta continuing from the city end. Dot ball off his first delivery. Has done well. PJ Moore did send him over the boundary for a 6. But besides that, he's bowled with an extreme discipline.
What I liked, he showed a lot of character. Because I think generally bowling, when you're playing, particularly in competition like this, you're playing in the final. These are the 2 best sides in your ecosystem. You're going to find some guys who are going to play some good shots. And what he's done is, in between those really good shots that PJ Moore played, it was a drop catch off his bowling. He's continued to bowl very, very, very good deliveries. Lots of dot balls, lots of clever changes of pace. And he's really, really managed the batters quite well. And I think that just 26 or 30 from the 7.3 that he's bowled has actually been brilliant in the context of this game.
You know, picking up from that, Dolls, you'd have to really commend the whole Midwest side in terms of their bowling today. Their bowling figures have been outstanding. Use of the feet doesn't get much on it. You feel that his top hand slipped and played more with his bottom hand and didn't really get the connection he was looking for. Simpson thinking it's about time to crank things up. Once again, Brandon just drags his length back a little, managing to pick him out and keeping that down to a dot ball. Another good over from Brandon Mavuta. That's the end of the 34th. Mountaineers 142 for 3. Drag from outside, off stump, power stroking, not managing to get to the boundary. You feel that the Mountaineers want to start picking up on their run rate, currently going at just maybe above 4 runs and over.
I'm really looking forward to the contest between Timson Maruma and Brandon Mavuta in the next over. Current run rate is 4.19. Timson Maruma has given indication that he's decided that 4.19 is not near enough. And he had Brandon Mavuta the charge a couple of times in the last over. And I think that this contest, how Prince Mashaure, the captain, and Brandon Mavuta bowl at Timson Maruma, could be very, very important in terms of the outcome of this match.
Not what the captain probably trying to cramp the batsman for space, but then the ball just sliding on with the direction of the hand and going too wide. And another one. You don't want to give away those extras in the final. Just those runs could end up determining who wins and who loses.
And that's been brought about by some really intelligent batting by Definite Mawadzi. He's been very good at his working balls to the side where he's got no sweepers. And so what that sweeper's been moved down around to the leg side. So he's been looking over the offside until that moment where he's got really good hit. A long way back. And all the way out the ground. He moves just 1 run short of 50. And Ryan and Mountaineers for the first time over 150 in this match.
Definite Mawadzi has definitely gone about his innings in the right manner. It hasn't been easy to bat on this track, especially with the pace bowlers. He's attacked the loose deliveries from the spinners and managed to get a couple of maximums. Just a bit of misfield there gives Definite the single that he needed to get to his half century. Had the applause of the mug out.
And this is such an important innings from the Mountaineers' perspective. What he's done, he's laid a foundation that Mountaineers can really attack from. Talking earlier about the big hitters, Timson Maruma is at the crease now, Donald Tiripano, and then Masakadza, Tinashe Mshawaya. A couple of really, really good strikers of the cricket ball. The 35th over, 153 for 3. Really interesting bowling change. Brandon Mavuta has 2 overs left of his 10. He's been replaced by Jonathan Campbell from the northern or city end at Kwekwe Sports Club. And another really interesting fact is that this is Definite Mawadzi's List A 50. And this is 3rd List A match. It's come at really, really important time and at a good rate. Strike rate of 68. Came in when conditions were very, very difficult.
It was hard to get the ball away. He'll definitely be impressed and happy with the way he's gone about things and managing to get to 50. Full delivery to start things up. Hit hard, you get a sense of confidence built in Mawadzi's batting now. He'll definitely start going at them harder. and try to get that scoreboard ticking faster. Big hit. Will it go all the way? Long distance. Right into their dugout. 6 runs it is.
It's just a little bit of worth from Jonathan Campbell. Definitely Mawadzi been waiting for that. It's the third time he's gotten the ball all the way to the boundary for 6. And he moves on to 56 from just 80 balls.
You did ask. It was an interesting change from the skipper. Brandon did go for 11 runs in his first over, and he's already been picked for 6 in just a second delivery. Disciplined batting from Mawadzi. After hitting big, just picking up a single and give Timson a try. Do you think that the Mountaineers have got enough, and currently with their run rate, what their score will be on the board, will it be enough for them to defend on this type of wicket?
Again, it just depends so much on how definite Mawadzi plays from here. If he can bat deep, if he can bat to the end of this match, of this innings, rather, I think that Mountaineers will have a score that they'll be very, very happy with. But it's so important that he also finds support. Timson Maruma hasn't really gotten going. 8 from 21 deliveries.
Well, you would feel that the Mountaineers would be happy with the fact they've only lost 3 wickets thus far. And they have the experience in the dugout. That'll end the 36th over. Mountaineers sitting on 160 for 3. Shortish, Mawadzi giving himself room. He's done that so excellently and working it through the square region. Brilliant fielding in the outfield from Sekiwa, who manages to get it back in and stop them from picking up 2. Puts Marumani on strike, who hasn't really done much damage with the bat as most would have expected. And there he goes. It's a big one.
And that's the advantage. He's a really good striker of a cricket ball is Timson Maruma. And what it allows him to do is generally take his time to get going. Because he's really aware of the fact that once he does get going, he hits the ball out of the ground with a real consistency. He made that shot look really easy. And again, he's gone over extra cover this time. Jonathan Campbell at long off has no chance.
He strikes the ball so cleanly. The sound of the bat was just a crunch, and it just went darting across the field. Timson Marumani is one of the best strikers of the ball in List A cricket in Zimbabwe. Very good delivery from the captain. You'll feel that the Mountaineers would actually look to start hitting much more. And just get that run rate up to about 6 and over, 7 and over. If they can manage to put another 120 runs on the board in the last 12 that they have, they would be happy.
really do agree with you, I think. And that's again definite Mawadzi. Let's work that into a big gap. Byram just does the fielding. Eddie Byram. Expensive over. 14 from it. End of the 37th. 174 for 3. The problem is
Why is he playing?
I think that Marumani is going to go after.
Just a shuffle down the wicket. You can see the intent of Marumani that he wants to start going after these spinners. Captain Mashari is definitely stuck to the spinners on both ends. And that's wide. It's one of his variation balls. He bowls it from way before the stumps. And he just lets it go straight, usually getting the Yorker on the offside. Better delivery.
Really good start so far from Jonathan Campbell. So we want 2 runs from this over, and that might just fall short of Msekiwa at Car Corner. It does. This has been a good set.
With the way the field set is spread out wide, you'll feel that the captain wants to carry on bowling a spin so that he gets a miss and brings the outfielders into play. Well struck, just for one. How this strategy plays, we wait to see. So Campbell only really getting the three runs from the over thus far, so he has come back looking better. And there's that ball. His variation ball ends with a dot. That's the end of the 38th over. Mountaineers 177 for 3.
Well, we have the bowling change that Stanley Marunga that Stanley has been asking for. First return of seam. And it's I think that these guys are going to be a little bit harder to get away. Particularly if they can get the balls in the right place.
Carl did bowl earlier on. Ooh. There's that intent again. They are looking to go big. Carl Mungo sees that and he follows the batsman and cramps him for space and gets a dot as a result. Carl Mumba's 5 overs prior to this only went for 15 runs. The Pacers have done well. The openers in Mike Chinouya, who bowled 6, only went for 21. Neville Mudziwa, who bowled 7, only went for 15.
And that's off the outside edge. There's a lot of work to be done at the backward point region. And it's going to be 3 runs. Chawaya and Msekiwa had a little bit of a misunderstanding out in the boundary.
Bowling change and bringing the third man up so that they could probably close down those runs. They have spread the field wide when the spinners were bowling. Oh, what a shot from Timson. Easy pickings. Pitched on leg stump, flicked off the pads. 1 bounce into the boundary.
What I liked about this shot is the wrist work. His delivery, he used those really wispy, those really fluid and powerful wrists to get the ball a long way behind square. Whipped it fine.
And he definitely got a desired result. You'll feel that the bowlers would need to stick to their fourth stump bowling that they were doing earlier. They shouldn't try to do too much and probably spray the ball down or bowl it too straight. There's a well-set batsman in Mawadze, and Maruma is, with the experience, the amount of experience he has and the strength, you wouldn't want to let him loose in his hands like that. He will dispatch any loose delivery to the boundary with ease.
I think the key thing is to probably bowl and at the stumps or just outside them. He's lucky. I think he got away with that one.
Shortish and wide.
And the fact that Timson Maruma is rehearsing a shot after that, says he knows he will allow him to get away with that one. I think the key is to just try and force them to somehow clear the straight boundaries.
Better ball.
And off a length of that sort of length.
Carl Mumba does bowl that ball pretty well. If he can manage to get more control into it and hit that length more often, he could end up frustrating the batsmen and force them into trying to do one too many things to try and get the scoreboard ticking.
Just the eight from the 39th over, 187 for 3.
So Jonathan Campbell will continue from the city end. His previous over, only going for 3. Good delivery, just over the head of Gully. To pick 2 runs out with a lot of relief. Top edge. He's been bowling a bit flat, and he's been getting a better result. When he was giving his ball a lot of flight, he was bowling it fuller, and the batsmen were managing to pounce on him.
And that is a beautiful shot from Timson Maruma. That's the leg spinner. And he's hit into out. Got it wide of long off and all the way to the boundary for 6.
Every time he pitches it fuller and just gives it a bit more flight, the batsmen are managing to go right under the ball and pick it up.
And that
Straight down the ground.
and
it's a maximum.
Sight screen underneath us here in the commentary box. It's 2 6s. In the first 3 deliveries of over number 40.
And with that shot, Mountaineers 200 comes up. It's been a healthy partnership. That's where you would feel that Campbell would want to put his ball. Not give him too much flight, not bowl it too full, but rather have the batsman working it square of the wicket. Shot. Beautiful shot for Maruma. He plays with so much ease, and he goes rushing across the boundary. What is he on?
This takes a partnership to 79, dominated by Timson Maruma, who's now 44 from deliveries. And this Jonathan Campbell over has been expensive. 18 from it with 1 ball to go. And that's a dot to finish the 40th over, 205 for 3.
So Kamumba will continue from the school end. Deputy Mawadze is sitting on 65 off 87 deliveries. He has steadied his innings really well. Timson Maruma has just suddenly got into his usual ploy of dispatching all deliveries to the boundary. 44 or 40 now. That's could be out. Just falls short of the man in the deep. And they get a single. Gladfully, he'll give a lot of the strike to Timson. He's been hitting the ball clean, and the scoreboard has been ticking on nicely. We're into the last 10 overs of the Mountaineers innings, and they'll be looking to try and score at least between 80 and 100 runs.
So you think 280, 290 should be the target from here?
Absolutely, Dolls.
There's a change. Come around the wicket, Carl Mumba to Timson Maruma. Timson Maruma is eyeing that area backwards of square leg, and that's been called no ball.
It's always tricky when you come around the wicket from over, adjusting your run up and managing to make sure that you don't overstep. Carl Mumba just losing his wits there and giving away a free hit. There's nothing. Ooh.
And that is another really gorgeous shot from Timson Maruma over extra cover. One of the hardest shots in the book to hit for 6, and a wonderful way to get himself to 50 with just 42 deliveries. And the partnership is now 86 and the score 212 for 3.
The Mountaineers are happy with the way things have been going on in the middle. Timson Maruma came in and he started off really slow. At one point he was sitting on about 12 runs off 20 deliveries. Picking that one outside off stump and just working it to deep mid wicket just for a single. Like I was saying, Timson Maruma was sitting on about 12 off 20 deliveries at one point, and then he just went hard. And now his strike rate is well over 120. He'll be definitely impressed with the way he's gone about things.
Now he's really paced his innings beautifully, because it was a difficult wicket to walk in and attack immediately when you arrive at. And what he did do, and that's a really good shot from Definite Mawadzi. He's gotten a long way inside the ball, a long way to the offside to get that through the fine leg region. And to 60 to 70, partnership now 91. This expensive over. 12 from it. Just one delivery left. And that should be taken. And Brandon Mavuta completes the dismissal of Definite Mawadzi, who has really played beautifully to set his side up for a really big total here. He's gone for 70 of 89 deliveries. End of the 41st. Mountaineers are 217 for 4.
Last ball wicket for Kyle Mumba. Pretty much into the business end of the innings. And as Shengi Masakadza walks onto the park, you can expect some fireworks to start happening from here on. Timson Maruma, a brilliant half century, 51 off just 43 deliveries. Game-changing innings this is. And by virtue of the fact that it's still out there, there's 9 more overs still to go in this innings. Who look to express himself a lot more. He's been fantastic over extra cover. Whether it's been spin, whether it's been seam, some brilliant shots from Timson Maruma we have witnessed here. Nyashimayabo, the wicketkeeper for the Mid-innings Rhinos, just making sure that the fielders are in the right angles. Jonathan Campbell put it onto that extra cover boundary riding position. Key over this is because Brendan Mavuta is bowling to a player who's striking it quite well in Timson Maruma. He's bowling it flat into the wicket. Charge down. And that man, Jonathan Campbell, takes it cleanly this time, and it's the big wicket of Timson Maruma. It's been brilliant going through over extra cover, but just hasn't had the timing on this one. Good catch in the deep by Jonathan Campbell to make sure that the brilliant innings of Timson Maruma comes to an end. Another wicket falls for the Mountaineers. 217 for 5. Shots for catch. Could this be another wicket? And it's taken. 2-2 for Brendan Mavuta. And it's a big hitter to Nashim Chawaya, who's coming straight and looking to take on a Brendan Mavuta. It's a long boundary in the deep. This is good catching, good fielding from the Midwest Rhinos side. Another wicket departs for the Mountaineers. 6th wicket. Would you believe? Good recovery led by PJ Moore. Game-changing innings by Timson Maruma. But it's 2 wickets and 2. Importantly, though, for the Midwest Rhinos, they've found a way to break the shackles. Kawamumba getting rid of Mawadzi. Looking set to go big. Timson Maruma. And now it's another wicket, importantly, in the death, the business end of things. There's lots of work now lying in the hands of Shingi Masakadza. He's a big hitter, and he's joined by Spencer Magodo.
And equally important is the fact that Brandon Mavuta finds himself on a hat-trick delivery. There's 2-2 in his 9th over. Spencer Magodo is on strike. And he's gone down the leg side, and it should be signaled wide. It is. Idea. I was looking to spear that into the pads. Didn't quite get the execution right.
At a time when the Mountaineers batsmen are looking to go helter-skelter. The captain, Prince Masaud, having faith in his senior bowler, Brendan Mavuta, to do job, and has responded very well. 2 quick wickets. Timson Maruman and Tinashim Chawai. This has been a brilliant over so far from Brendan Mavuta. Thoughts of perhaps a big score, 260 plus, quickly fading. However, that hope is still there as long as Shingi Masakadza is still on the wicket. Fielding from Tarasam Sakanda. It's just a single to end the 42nd over. 219 for 6.
It's Carl Mumba to continue on the southern end of the ground. Got Magodo on strike. One stage round of scores 300 plus. And that has been, has he hit it well enough? No, he has not. Jonathan Campbell takes another good catch. And Magodo is out without scoring. Forgive me for this, 1 from 3 balls that he's faced. And Mountaineers now at 219 for new batter in is Donald Tiripano. On there, we expect a little bit of sanity. Seen some really bizarre dismissals in the last 3 overs. And brought Midwest Rhinos right back into this match.
Poor passage of play here by the Mountaineers. 4 quick wickets. Space of 3 overs. Big wickets for that matter. Things somewhat going pear-shaped for the Mountaineers. This was definitely not part of the plan. The scorecard looking somewhat like the Kasuza. Just the 4 runs off 34 deliveries. Clive Chitumba, 26 off 37. You'll have to ball that one again. Kalmumba. A recovery by Definite Mawadzi and PJ Moore. 70 off 90 for Definite Mawadzi. PJ Moore, 44 off 42. Timson Maruma, brilliant innings of 51 off 45. He would have loved to carry on, especially the fact that this wicket in the 41st over. It's now down to Donald Tiripano. Brilliant delivery from Carl Mumba. And Winston or Shingi Masakadza still have plenty of overs. Shingi Masakadza, well known for his finishing abilities as a big striker for ball, can get boundaries with ease. But twice now he's had to watch 2 of his partners quite cheaply while on the non-strikers end. One would have thought that yes, but they still have wickets in hand. But it's the method of approach that has been somewhat indifferent. All the batters coming up caught, and more importantly, on the boundary. So you can tell that they would try and get quick runs, try and get as many as possible. But it just has not worked. It's a dot ball to end the 43rd. 220 for 7. Brendan Mavuta. It's been brilliant today. 3 for 32 into his last over. He's taken key wickets. The Midwest Rhinos today. And how often do you see this happening? A spinner bowling in the power play. More so, how brave is he to be bowling to a big hitter like Shingi Masakaza? This is brilliant, brave cricket. I have to bowl that one again. Mike Chinoya started off very well in his 6 overs for 2 runs, 1 wicket. Neville Madziva, brilliant again. Up front, 7 overs, 2 maidens, 15 runs. Carl Mumba came in first change, 3 for 36. Tushingam Sekiwa, in his 4 overs, just the 17 runs. And that man in action right now, Brendan Mavuta, in his 10th, 3 for 32. Jonathan Campbell find it tough today. 52 runs off his 5. And Prince Mashawar at 35.04. It's been a good bowling effort from Brendan Mavuta. Importantly, it's the wickets that he has taken. PJ Moore, Tim Semarua, Spencer Magoro. Very capable batters, especially at this time of the innings. And if ever the Mountaineers would have had thoughts of a 260 plus kind of score, those 3 batsmen would have been key to this effort. Shingi Masakaza letting that one go. And it's the end of the fourth, 222 for 7. When you do look at the scorecard, obviously you do see a bowler stat, but just does not tell you how well and how good he has bowled to each and every individual batsman. Mike Chinoya back into the attack, second spell. Just to give you some insights as to how well Brendan Mavuta has been today. He's bowled to Timson Maruma, 10 dots in his 14 balls, only 4 runs. To Tinashim Chawaya, just the 1 ball, it was a dot. To PJ Moore, 16 balls, 8 dots, just 20 runs. To Definite Mawadzi, 20 balls, 15 dots, and just 5 runs. So you can tell how much pressure was being created by Brendan Mavuta. And it's no surprise he has been fantastic today. 3 for 34 in his allotted 10. It always helps. And they do say the importance of leg spinners, wrist spinners in a team. And when you have a bowler like Brendan Mavuta, who is in form at the moment, and importantly, on a big day like this, it's the Pro 50 final. The curtain closes today. Playing at home, the Midwest Rhinos. What a day to put in a performance worthy of lifting a trophy. However, we'll have to come back and chase whatever the Mountaineers would have said. So the job is not done. 225 for 7, Darlington. Your thoughts?
Earlier this morning, I thought scores around 230 plus were going to be good enough, I think, particularly if you're able to bowl well. Because it's something that I've seen. We see Shingi Masakadza, big hitter, 1 run. We see Donald Tiripano, 2 of 7. It's difficult to get going when you first get onto this wicket. And I don't think that that's going to change as this day progresses. So if you bowl well up front and keep it tight, we saw you were talking about Brandon Mavuta earlier, that if you have your plans and you bowl to them, you can actually do very well on this wicket. So I think anything from here is going to be very, very good. I think this game is still runs on the board and then a really, really complete, well-rounded bowling attack. So anything in the 240 or 250 range from here, I think you should be thinking that it's Mountaineers' game to lose.
Well, one thing is certain, a good recovery in that one major partnership between Different Maudzi and PJ Moore. Some innovation from Shingi Masakadza. This will take some catching, but unfortunately it is grasped. And it's the big wicket of Shingi Masakadza that the Midwest Rhinos would really, really like to have here. And it's the end of the 45th. Just 2 runs of the last delivery. 227 for 7. Neville Madziva. He's been good today. Really bowled well up front in the power play. He's given an opportunity once again in the middle. Into his 3rd spell now in the power play once again. Oh, brilliant delivery. Tailing in Yorker. Joining me in the commentary box at this moment in time, Stanley Muringani. Your thoughts? 227 for 7 at the moment.
A really hectic twist of events. One time, the Mountaineers were 206 for 4. Just squeezed down to the leg side for a single. It has been very tricky to start off your batting innings. For every batsman that I saw coming in, probably the one that paced his innings better than most was Maruma. And he scored a brilliant 50 off just 44 deliveries. So what it has told us is that the longer you stay in the middle, the easier it becomes to score. So Midwest Rhinos will have to bear this in mind, having managed to bowl first. Beautiful shot. Will it go all the way? And it does. Stand and deliver. Just a loose delivery from Neville Madziva. The danger man in Shingi Masakadza just bouts that over square leg and goes all the way for 6.
Here's the danger man, Shingi Masakadza. You miss your mark, trust me. The ball will travel. And this is what he brings to the party. And this is what he has done very well in this season for the Mountaineers. He can hit a long ball. You've got to have a clear plan. And ideally, when you're bowling to Shingi Masakadza, you want to stay away from stump line. He is strong going through the leg side. Much better. That is where you need to be, outside the line of off stump.
Neville Madziva has always been a very good tail-ender bowler. He knows how to bowl in the depth. He bowls a very brilliant Yorker or the lower full tosses. I think that's the type of bowling you'd want to incorporate because he has a big hitter and a batsman that knows how to rotate the strike in Donald Mutiripano.
Nicely bowled. And this is good stuff from Neville Madzila. He's learnt the hard way. When he's missed his line, he's missed his length to Shingi Masakadza, he has paid for it, and he's paid for it dearly. Maximum on the leg side. Just the 8 runs in this over, so one more delivery coming in. Early on, we saw some brilliant partnerships. 82 of 99 of 95 deliveries. Mawadzi, PJ Moore, to resuscitate this innings of the Mountaineers and help them to push into a position where they are now. It's just the single to end the 46th over. 236 for 7. Mike Chinoya from the school end. Wide Yorker. That's a good ploy, especially when you've got 2 clean strikers of a cricket ball. And importantly, he's got a good field seat for it. It's got a sweep on the off side. He's maintained as a 3rd man on the ropes as well. He put up the fine leg into the fine leg position. Kept up his square leg. So looking to bowl full. Count corner in place, long on, long off. Shingi Masakadza, realizing that ploy, that wide Yorker ploy, is going to cross the line of off stump to try and heave over the square leg region. Orthodox square leg in place, up in the circle.
You'd feel that's actually Mike Chinoya's thought frame. Try to get Shingi to work hard to get the ball away. But Shingi is going to be looking to get boundaries. Singles are not really going to do it.
That is good bowling. That is a brilliant work from Mike Chinoya. He knows Shingi's strength. And at this moment, when you're using that ploy of wide Yorkers, you're forcing Shingi Masakadza to hit into an area that is very much unnatural to him. Shingi Masakadza obviously feeling undone there, thinking that should have been a wide. That is well bowled, but importantly, well played by Shingi Masakadza. He's got his man this time. There's no sweeper. There's no deep swear either. There's just a cow corner, and he has plenty of work to do, but it was struck hard. Even better. Much needed boundary from Shingi Masakadza.
What was so impressive about that shot was the use of his wrists. Just getting the ball to hit the meat and just picking out that gap perfectly. That is the sort of batting that you want on this wicket. Straighter from Chinoya. Straight down to long on. Just for the single. Getting the big hitter off strike.
Good thing about this delivery, this was right. That's exactly where you want to be. Shingi Masakadza, well known for being innovative, this time can only heave it down to the field at long on. Jonathan Campbell. A good over so far. Just the 6 runs off the 5 deliveries. Well bowled. But Donald Tirpano plays that one square, and there is some brilliant fielding in the deep. To Shingi, coming all the way wide of that extra cover position, running to his left and keeps it to 2 runs. It's the end of a brilliant over after 47 to 45 for 7. 245 for 7. Went to the 48th to be bowled by Neville Madzila. But one thing that the Mountaineers, or the Midwest Rhinos rather, will be thinking about, nicely struck by Donald Tiripano down the ground, will be the two partnerships here. The first one was a 24-53. Peter Joseph Moore 44 of 42. 82 of 95 deliveries. And the second major partnership, 91 of 70 between Mawadzi 37 of 27 and Timson Maruma 51 of 43. The basis, the foundation as to the reason why Mountaineers are 247 for 7 at the moment. So something for West Rhinos players to think about when they have an opportunity this afternoon to come and chase down the total, or whatever it is that the Mountaineers would have set.
It's the level-headedness in the Mountaineers batting that was there today. It wasn't easy to play earlier on. It hasn't got any easier right now. That's a good shot just for a single, straight to long on. The two bowlers bowling extremely well, managing to get that ball really full and not giving the batsmen room to play as they would please. But on the other hand, the Mountaineers will be happy with what they've put on the scoreboard, 248 thus far for the loss of 7 wickets. With the way it has turned out, they will probably look at trying to get wickets early in their power play. Another good read for Madziwa. Just picking out ones.
As long as it's ones, he won't mind. Neville Madzila. It's the boundaries that is trying to avoid. And right now, he'll be bowling to Donald Tiripano. Interesting field set. He's got both third man and fine leg up in the circle. He looks the ball full and straight. He goes short. Slow ball. Thoughts of 2. Quickly extinguished. It's good fielding by Brendan Mavuta.
The Midwest Rhinos have been exceptional in the field. Just the one drop by Campbell early on. But other than that, they've taken all the catches that have come their way. They've cleaned up decently in the outfield, and their throws in have been extremely perfect. So that'll be something that they'll be applauding too after their innings.
Struck firmly. Tashingam secure the fielder coming in from Carl corner. And it's a no ball. He'll be hurting. He will not be happy. Neville Madzila thrives on good standards, good disciplines.
And there's the helicopter.
Well bowled, but met with good power from Donald Tiripano. He slips as he attempts the second. But fortunately for him, he gets there in good nick. 2 runs up to end the 48th. That's 254 for 7.
Mike Chinoya will bowl the 49th over, coming from the school end. On strike we have Shingi Masakadza, who has been looking good. And the plan continues. Keep it full and wide of off stump. It has yielded good results. It's slowed down the run rate, currently going at 5.29 for before the 45th, they were sitting on about 6.5 runs and over. So the death bowlers have done their job. Like Chinoe and Nebo Madziwa have been bowling very wide and not giving the batsmen enough room to play freely. Shingi Masakadza, who is a leg side strong batsman, hasn't had that freedom to play his power strokes. Another full delivery, and the result is a single. Hit straight to long off and collected it nicely.
An interesting point, though, Stan, is how this inning started. After the 10th over, the end of the first power play, the Mountaineers were 26 for none. Up and above that, after the 20th, they were 66 for 2. And then the carnage started. A good recovery that was led by big hitting from PJ Moore. This will land safely to Shingam Sekio, does the cleaning up. You're bound to feel that Rhinos somewhat let the game slip away. With the start that they had, it was a tough wicket to bat on. You'd feel perhaps too many runs that have been scored by the Mountaineers. And it's a lot of work on this wicket to try and chase this down. They'll have to bat out of their wits to chase this total. Yes, it's a wicket that they know very well, but it's not the easiest of wickets to bat on. And I feel they'll let the Mountaineers score plenty of runs here unnecessarily.
I think where they lost the plot was the failure to take wickets early enough. They managed to let the batsmen settle in and managed to adjust to how the wicket was playing. Full toss, gets the treatment, just one bouncing into the boundary. That is not what Mike Chinoe wanted to do. A loose delivery to the applause of the Mountaineers dugout.
And what that means is the 260 mark is up. So happy days for Mountaineers. They know they have runs on the board. A good recovery in session. They still have a big hit as the 49th over. Winston Masakaja is still out there. Donald Tirpano having some fun in the sun as well. And it's the Pro 50 final. And what a time to score some good runs for Mountaineers. Spot of ball, the big one for that matter, but they've recovered very well. And one batsman who I feel will be very underestimated in the way he went about his business, but played a very crucial part in the two big partnerships we saw today. Definite Mawadzi. He just held firm and just made sure that wickets were not being lost on his side. And he just let PJ Moore and Timson Maruma do what is big hitting. And when you play fearless cricket like that, you do that knowing that the one side of the wicket is taken care of.
And what a day to actually make your maiden 52. Did it in the best fashion that any batsman would have wanted. And it could be a match-winning. Good delivery from Mike Chinoe. Managed to steal away a single. There's been very good communication between the two batsmen currently playing middle. And with that single, pushes Mountaineers score to 263 for 7.
It's the end of the last over, the 50th. I'll tell you what, as we look at the skies, somewhat have cleared up. The clouds that were present in the morning, not as heavy now. Good bowling conditions when the match first started, the first power play. It's somewhat eased out now. Not as hard to bat on as we witnessed early in the morning. And the longer you bat, the longer you stay out there. It does get easy. Witness that from PJ Moore, Mawadzi, and Shigi Masakaza here at the back end. 20 off 22. Donald Tiripano 20 of 20. They've really put the Mountaineers batting form and effort into a very position. 263 for 7 at the beginning of the 50th. Kal Mumba from the city end, given the responsibility. Starts straight, shots of catch it. Tade Musikanda, what an effort. That would have been an absolute blinder of a catch. Running to his right, diving into it, and you would feel that this effort deserved a better result than a drop catch. Struck firmly. A good fielding from Brendan Mavuta.
I will again have to say, Stanley, the Midwest fielding has been very good. The bowling, somewhat disciplined. The unfortunate incident with the spinners getting hammered earlier on with PJ Moore in the middle, and managed to pull out about 4, 5, 6s from his innings.
Pulled with authority. It's gone short and it's been dispatched. Pull shot from Donald Tiripano, and he gets the maximum. Much needed 6 runs. 272, the score moves on.
If you've noticed, every time the bowlers have gone slightly short, they've managed to get dealt with. So they have to be disciplined in sticking with the fuller balls. Midwest Rhinos. An attempt at the scoop shot didn't go the way that Donald Tiripano wanted it to go, but still manages to steal away a single. So far, the Mountaineers, will be definitely happy with what's happened in the middle, sitting on 273 runs for just the loss of 7 wickets. With two balls left in their batting innings. What could happen? Could they get to the 280 mark? Outside edge, thick one, and just evades the keeper. Trickles all the way to the boundary. 4 runs is the result. A desirable one for the Mountaineers, as they push to 277, just 3 runs shy of the 280 mark. So far, everything has been going their way.
We'll take them in whatever manner they come. Kal Mumba opting to come around the wicket, trying to go across Chingi Masakadza. And this time that actually just helps that ball evade the keeping gloves of Nyashamayabo for a boundary. It's gone wide again. And this time it's a legal delivery. And it's the last of the innings. And after 50, the Mountaineers have put on a respectable 277 for the loss of 7. A good innings from the Mountaineers. They'll certainly believe they have a chance here. They have to come back this afternoon with a brilliant and hopefully a good bowling spell to try and defend this. They will be bubbling, that's for sure. There will be plenty of energy because of the way things started. Kevin Kasuza, 4 of 34. It was tough out there. Clive Chitumba, 26 of 37. Tiffany Mawadze, brilliant, 70 of 90. Held things together. PJ Moore took the impetus to the spinners, 44 of 42 deliveries. Timson Maroma, 51 of 45. Game-changing innings. Shingi Masakadza doing what it does best, finishing off innings 27 of 20, joined by Donald Tiripano, 11 of 18 deliveries to help the Mountaineers post a good total of 277 in the allotted 50 overs. Do not go away. We're going for the lunch break, and we'll be back very shortly to witness a run chase from the Rhinos. It's the final of the Pro 50.
It's a warm welcome back to Kwekwe Sports Club for the final of the Pro 50 Championship, Zimbabwe's Premier List A tournament. My name is Larry Kwiderai, and joining me shortly is Darlington Matambanadzo. And Mountaineers, having batted earlier, made 277 for 7 from their 50. And so Rhinos, to prevent Mountaineers from retaining the title they picked up last year, will have to chase 278 in 50 overs. That's just 5.54 per over. Did a lot in the morning. Not sure if it'll do as much after the sun has taken a bit of a beating off the earth. And opening the bowl for Mountaineers is Victor Nyauchi, someone who had a good period around August for Zimbabwe, August and September. And facing the first ball is Takuzwanashe Kaitano. And he's partnered with Prince Mashaure, who's the captain for the Rhinos. We're playing at the home ground of Rhinos here at Kwekwe Sports Club. Nice little crowd we've got here watching this match. A lot of enthusiasm. Some of the players, family members are here, as well as school children. So if you're in the Kwekwe area, if you know anyone in the Kwekwe area, do come through to get catch some exciting cricket. The weather's turned out quite nicely. It was quite overcast during the day, but now got patchy clouds. That means it should be a lot easier to bat than it was in the morning. Darlington?
Yeah, it's going to be an interesting run chase. I think, for me, the key to this run chase is one of these two batters. One of them has to get 70, 80 runs. And basically get Rhinos through this section without losing a wicket. And I think that the power play, they got, I think it was 26 that Mountaineers got in the power play. So that's not really going to be that big of a challenge. It's what happens in the second half of this innings that's going to be a lot more important. And I think you want to set batter to be batting at that time.
So given this set of circumstances, what would you rather be doing? Would you rather have had runs on the board, or would you rather chase?
Well, generally, I think in finals you want runs on the board. But I think the conditions here are getting better. And it might be better to actually be chasing on this wicket. I was just having a conversation with Johnny, who's the head curator here, and he thinks that it's better to bat in the afternoon here. And you never really ever argue with the experts, I don't think.
Of course, Mountaineers, when I spoke to them earlier, before the match started, they said they'd rather bowled. So you see where the emphasis was in terms of their arsenal, because a lot of they've got quite a bit. They're quite seamer heavy in their setup, so it's going to come down to variations.
And that's the fall of the first wicket. Nashe Kaitano has been done for by Victor Nyauchi without scoring. And Rhinos lose their first wicket for just 1 run.
So the fall of the worst first wicket is taking place. Takuzanase Caetano gone for a duck, chasing a really wide delivery. I mean, wouldn't have gone legally for a wide, but it's one of those, if you let it go, you lose nothing.
Absolutely right, and I think just a lapse in judgment. And Tarisam Sakanda has absolutely crunched that. Looks to be in quite good touch. The end of the first over, 1 for 1. Shingi Masakadza for the first time today. And already he's found a good area. Captain's knock is going to really be needed from Prince Mashaure today. It's just not really a question of talent that's going to be the problem. It's just whether he can really knuckle down and get through the difficult period, because there is going to be one start of this innings. It's what I like about that. Got past the outside edge. What Prince Mashar has not done is followed that. He's kept his hands going towards the first line of that delivery.
What that first wicket has done is quietened the largely partisan crowd we have here, who are definitely pushing for Rhinos to pick up this title, and the players will feel that. The players in the middle will feel that okay, the chirping is not coming from the crowds, it's coming from the players around you, from the Mountaineers players, and that would just put extra pressure on them. Then you can see from the way they're batting, the decision making that you'd normally make, where you'd leave some balls, you're going after balls that you shouldn't be going for.
It's true. The interesting thing, a lot of Prince Mashare's career, he's played for a struggling Zimbabwe national cricket team, right? So he's really aware of how you actually deal with that, how you tune it out and focus on the job of hand. And he's had quite a good career for Zimbabwe at the top of the order, particularly in Test match cricket. And the other, for me, interesting fact is that he's out of the reckoning at the moment, and he's also very keenly aware that here will bring him back into contention. And so I think, for me, this is probably the key batter. How he bats here, if he can bat through this innings, then Rhinos should win. And the next, for me, key batter is going to be Nyasha Mayawo. He's probably going to be batting at number 5. I think those are the key batters. And then later on in the innings, I think we have Sekiwa, big hitter, probably going to be batting at about 6, 7. No better as this game progresses. He's got to go and undo the work that Timson Maruma did towards the end of the Mountaineers innings, and he has the capability to do that. And then the other really interesting player for me in this makeup is Eddie Byram. Been around, played cricket all around the world, and his experience and understands what's required of him at this level. So I think it's a pretty even contest. It's not really a given that Mountaineers are going to win this. But as I say that, the Rhinos are going to have to play some pretty good cricket to come out victorious at the end of today. End of the second, and it's 5-1.
I'll tell you what, Victor Nyawuchi earlier on was getting not the same amount of deviation in terms of the ball as early in the morning Neville, what you were getting from Neville Madziva, but he got the ball to move ever so slightly, and we saw from Shinge Masakaze was able to get that as well. But I just see that lasting for long, and if these two batters can get to about 10 overs, certainly Prince Mashawari, I don't think it's going to have to be down at as far as 25 overs as in the case of Mountaineers. But if they can get to about 10 overs, taking the shine off the ball, they could give themselves a really good chance.
And so for me, everything about the way he's setting himself up, his body language, suggests that his only concern is to just bat through the sort of 30-minute period. Not really worried about, I don't know, I suppose strike rates and all that other stuff. Although he does go slightly across that one. He looks to work it over onto the leg side. That's a really good delivery from Victor Nyawuchi. He's got that one to pitch in the line of the stumps and actually swing away towards the slips from around the wicket, which is quite a difficult skill. I will also say that I think that in terms of skill, I think Victor Nyawuchi is slightly more skillful than both Mumba and the
Madziva
and Madziwa, the Rhinos bowlers. For me, his lengths are actually in the right place. He's not really missed length or line as yet in his bowling spell this morning.
How much of that would you put down to most recently having played against Australia and done so well in Australia against much better opposition?
You can only get better by doing that, and what it is also having come back from those tours successfully, and in the tour before that, before they went to Australia, they were at home to Bangladesh and then India, and he did well. He did really well. So he's under his craft, and I think that's very important. It's that same skill set he's just got to take through here. And we were talking. I was adamant in the morning about on wickets where you have a little bit of assistance. The thing is to not look to bowl many variations. It's just to land as many balls in an area that's quite full and force the batsman to play them. And that's basically all that Victor Nyawuchi has done so far. End of the third, and it's 7-1.
Chingi Masakadze carrying on from where he left. What I like about Chingi Masakadze is hits the ground really hard, so it comes up onto the bat quite aggressively.
No, bowls a nice heavy ball, and then he's smart. He's been around. He knows how simple good cricket generally is, and that's a little too straight. Tadasai Msakanda's done quite well, as has Victor Nyawuchi, who had to go a long way, 20 meters to his right, to make sure that it was kept down to just 2 runs. Tadasai Msakanda's off the mark. He looks in quite good touch so far in his innings today.
It's a wide delivery there, but while we wait for him to reload that one, just to give you a look at what's happening in the other match, Alliance Health Eagles taking on Tuskers. You can keep up to date with that match on the Zimbabwe Cricket app, which you can download for free. Tuskers are 30 without loss after 6.0 overs. Nkosana Mpofu on 13 and Tanunu Ramakoni on 16. Earlier on, Alliance Health Eagles made 286 from 49.4 overs. So quite a contest that's building up there as Tadasai Msakanda hits that and goes all the way to the boundary. First boundary of the match for the Rhinos.
Really good shot, as I was saying earlier. He does look like he's in some pretty good touch. Tadasai Msakanda. He's now 6 of just 4 deliveries faced. I think that this is going to be a really interesting contest. Tadasai Msakanda is not the sort of player who will hold back from playing his shots. If he thinks the ball is in his zones, he's going to play an aggressive shot at it. And then he is also the hometown favourite. And lots of support for the Midwest Rhinos in this final on their home ground.
In terms of the bowling here, what's the first change up? Donald Tudupano?
Yeah, it's probably going to be Donald Tiripano. And also they've got Tinashe Mchawaya, who has a style of bowling that I really like. It's very simple. I think simplicity works here. He's just a big, strong lad who runs in hard and hits the deck hard. And that's a really good shot from Tadasai Msakanda. Again, very strong through the onside. Finds the boundary for the second time in this over.
Tell you what, it was right in the slot, deserved to be hit. Didn't quite become a maximum. One bounce went for 4. But Msakanda's decided in front of his hometown to be the hero for his Rhino side.
Really interesting player, Tadasai Msakanda. Similar in a lot of ways to Takudzwanasheka, in that he sets up to generally work the ball onto the onside. Starts quite a long way outside the line of the stumps, and then shuffles across onto off stump to access that leg side area. And we'll talk a little bit more about that. That
might have to reload that one because it's called wide. Yes.
But yeah, and he has very similar to Takudzwanashe Kaitano. What I'm seeing is that after his initial movement, he's a lot more open, so that he allows his bat to swing in a line through and towards that onside. Play straight through the onside, and he's looking really, really good. End of the fourth, 20-1.
Victor Nyawuji continues his hostilities. And 1 for 3 from his 2 overs so far. So certainly is a player who I guess will play the same role that Nevo Madziva played for Rhinos, because he was just difficult to hit.
No, and he's just going to just keep it as simple as possible, which is going to be very, very hard for the batter at the other end.
Nice solid ball there from Victor Nyawuchi. And I see what sort of the batters are doing. They're respecting Victor Nyawuchi. Say, okay, we'll let you have an over or two. We will go after Shingi Masakadza.
Yeah, I'd like to see Tarisam Sakanda's only faced one delivery from Victor Nyawuchi. Quite an aggressive shot of that one delivery he faced. I think Prince Mashaure has set a very different goal for himself in this innings to that which Tarisam Sakanda has set for himself. So I think we're going to see a very different style of play. And I think it's going to be complementary, to have the left and right combination, a more sedate and more controlled Prince Mashaure, and a slightly more aggressive and Tarisam Sakanda. And I think that this could be a good option for the Midwest Rhinos.
And I know a lot of people will hear about the left, right, and right combination, having bowled at someone, a lot of people in your lifetime. What is the science? What is the difficulty technically bowling to a combination?
I used to find that you want to get into like a groove, like it's like finding the, because generally each wicket, right, has a length and a line that you should bowl on. You have a broadly general term of a good line, a good length, but that there's slight variations on every wicket you play. Some wickets you got to go a little bit fuller. On days that swing, maybe you have to go a little bit straighter or a little bit wider. And once you find that, you want to bowl at right-handers generally, because once you found that groove, you're generally going to be bowling roughly the same delivery at right-handers. And then at left-handers, you've suddenly got to change and find it, try and get that ball to pitch in a different area of the wicket. And there's just enough difference in there that can actually cause quite a lot of error. And what that also then does, if you have a left and right combination, it can really allow you to attack pretty good bowling sides, because of those errors that are kind of inherent in the fact that you have to make those adjustments to each type of batter, left or right, every time they change ends. But we'll talk about that more. It's the end of the fifth, 21-1.
Shigima Sakadza gets another go from his end. It's quite expensive in that previous over. It's getting a 7.85. Bit surprised he got another over.
No, not really. I think the realization is that it was Tadasem Sakam, and Prince Mashari is now on strike. So that he's bowled quite well at Prince Mashari, and then that's a little bit of width. And Prince Mashari has done very well to get that away.
The good old commentator's curse.
Generally, yes, but that was just a little bit of width from Shingi Masakadza. And what I find interesting is he started that over around the wicket to Prince Mashaure. That is trying to make sure that you don't give him any space to hit into those vacant areas, square of the wicket on the offside. And then he's changed to back over the wicket. And then that boundary was hit, the first delivery he bowled from over the wicket. That's a much better line and length.
Having a bit of a stare down there from Shingo Masakadza.
Good,
Prince
clean fun out there.
Prince Mashara walks away from him.
No, because it's interesting, because for me, Prince Mashar is the type of guy who wants to get himself into this bubble of concentration. And so if you can get in there, you'll find a rash shot. And Shingi Masakadza is aware of this. They've played a lot of cricket against and with each other. So they understand each other's quicks. And so it's just a little bit of mind games to try and get Prince outside of that bubble in which he plays. Because the moment that Prince doesn't really chirp, he's not really a chirper, even when he's in the field. If you can get him to start interacting with you as a bowler, you generally find that soon after that there follows an error. Not quite well timed by Mashaure, but this has been a good over. Rhinos already have a boundary and a single from it, and they're in quite a good position. 26 for 1 is what Mountaineers were at the end of the power play at the end of 10 overs, and Rhinos have started a little bit better.
Ends the over with a really good ball there, and 26 for 1 after 6.0 overs.
Little too straight from Victor Nyawuchi, and he's allowed to get away with it by Prince Mashaure. Really good hit. But straight to Chawaya, who was at mid-wicket. Stanley Chaucer this morning was talking about slips. We saw that the Rhinos removed their slips early. See that the Mountaineers have taken a different path. It's PJ Moore at first slip, and then Captain Timson Maruma at second slip. They've persisted with 2 slips for a little bit longer. I think it's that realization that another wicket here could put Mountaineers in a very, very strong position.
Some interesting chirping from the crowd. Crowd has gotten a bit more vocal, especially after a couple of. Certainly more excited about this final, feeling they've got a chance here to get their second piece of silverware in their history. Rhinos, a team that has been blessed with a lot of talent. Some of the best players who've played for Zimbabwe have played for Rhinos, but were never quite able to get over the line in terms of winning silverware. Last won this title in 2020. And they're playing against the defending champions in Mountaineers.
And that's a really good shot from Tarisai Msakanda. I like how he's gotten himself into a really good position. It was intentional. Knew that the fieldsman was a short, fine leg, and that if he got it either side of him, the place that Victor Nyawuchi was bowling, it was going to be a boundary. So he's moved to 14 from just 9 deliveries. And this time he's gone over long on. It's just fallen and died in this soft outfield at Kwekwe Sports Club. And so Tarisai Msakanda is just going to get the 2 runs for it. But he's made his intentions very, very clear. Played some wonderful attacking shots already in this 7th over of Rhinos' run chase.
Victor Nyawuchi showing a lot of skill and experience there. 33 for 1 after 7 overs. So coming in to join Darlington Tamanazzo is Stanley. Stan, what do you think of the run chase?
Well, so far it looks like it could go anyway. Mountaineers will be happy definitely with getting the early wicket. But Rhinos too will be chuffed with the way Tari's gone about business. He's going after any loose delivery he can. And they seem to have settled in quite well. So it's game on. Afternoon, Darlington.
I'm just thinking, partnership, 32 runs. Just thinking that this has been exactly the start that the Rhinos would have wanted. Mountaineers made 26 for 1 after 10 overs. And then 7.2 overs in. Rhinos have 33 on the board, so they're just slightly ahead. And what that does do, it just gives you that psychological advantage. if you know that you were slightly ahead of where your opponents were at a similar stage in the game.
I think their ploy is basically just to stay above the run rate as much as possible. I was having a chat earlier with Larry, and he was talking about the scoreboard. Fitting the batsmen, when they fall back behind the run rate and you chase score, you tend to end up playing more loose shots because you're trying to catch up with the required run rate. So if they manage to put up a formidable partnership, Midwest Rhinos could find themselves in a good position.
And I think the other really important detail here is both Tarisai Msakanda and Prince Mashawari have Zimbabwe jerseys that they're are fighting for at this moment, and both of them are keenly aware that a good performance here will definitely hold them in good stead as this season of cricket, a lot of cricket being played this year here in Zimbabwe. Even after the return from the T20 World Cup in Australia, there's going to be a lot of matches, international cricket here. Afghanistan are here in a couple of weeks.
Yes.
And there's a lot to play for.
Yeah, Zimbabwe does have plenty to play. We'll pick that up after the next over. Midwest Rhinos 33 for 1 after 8. Victor Nyauchi will continue from the city end. Terry Masakanda, he'll be looking to add on to his score. Currently he's sitting on 16 off 11 deliveries. Dot pull up. Victor will be happy with that delivery. The Mountaineers setting a very attacking field set. They haven't done away with the slip. They've got a short third man, short fine leg. Short. Goes straight to deep square just for the single. The wicket not offering much, Darlington.
It definitely looks like it's settled down into a lot more placid than it was this morning. Saw a little bit of sea movement. It was a little more overcast this morning and there was a lot more swing in the air. But already as this ball is now 8.5 overs old, we're really starting to see a lot less swing for both Victor Nyauchi and Shingi Masakadza.
Definitely to the joy of the Rhinos. Ball coming onto the bat much better. Oof. Bit of a loose shot from the captain. I feel he didn't really put himself in the position. He's usually a very good player of the shorter and fuller delivery. He times it extremely well. Doesn't go too risky. He never likes skying it. He prefers to play down the ground. And you want a captain's innings today.
Definitely. And something you've seen is he's not really timing it nicely yet. Is Prince Mashaure seems to be getting through his shots just a little bit early. suggests it's still, the wicket is still quite slow.
Oh, goes through everyone. 4 runs that the Midwest Rhinos would definitely be happy to get. That just went wild and really fast. The keeper could not do anything to stop it. They won't be happy with that delivery.
And that's a crowd that is 100% behind Midwest Rhinos. And if you look behind them, you're just starting to see some clouds are forming in the sky above them. But generally, it's the eastern side of the ground. Sorry, that's the western side of the ground. Generally, Raider at Kwekwe Sports Club, apparently, I've been told, comes from the opposite end of the ground. So we should get a full day's game today. End in the 9th over, 38 for 1. So it's Tinashe Mchawaya from the southern end of the ground. And that's the first false shot from Tarisai Msakanda. And it's just not carried to Donald Tiripano, who is on the 3rd man boundary. Really exciting cricketer is Mchawaya. Really wholehearted, runs in hard. Looks to hit the deck hard on around about a fullish length. Just gets a little bit of swing through the air.
Very good delivery. Unfortunate not to pick up a wicket. Tarisai Msangana just losing concentration there. Just swinging wildly at it and getting a thick outside edge. Lucky enough, 3rd man was deep. Straight, just worked off the pads, down to deep square leg for a single. You feel that the Midwest Rhinos would want to just work through the next set of 10 overs without losing a wicket. Probably score another 40, 50. And then maybe in the 25th they can start playing much more aggressive than they are right now. Bit of frustration from Tarisai. Not the desired result. Just going a little too over that delivery, not really playing it through its line. Just managed to pick out the extra cover.
Fielding change for the first time today. Mountaineers are going to be bowling without a slip. And that is a beautiful shot from Tarisai Msakanda. It's probably not going to get to the boundary, but there's been a horrible bit of misfielding on the deep boundary by a definite Mawadzi. It's the ball over the rope, and Tarisai Msakanda moves to 22 of 16.
It's the timing in that stroke, Darlington. He didn't try to use too much power. He just picked out the gap perfectly And he got it right out the middle of the bat. Exceptional batsman he is, Tadisai Msakanda, when he is in this nick of form. Clever cricket from the young man, moving their partnership up to 44 runs. Captain will be happy with how things have been going on so far. The Rhinos right now require 233 runs from 241 balls, and that is the 9 wickets that they have in hand. So far, Dugout will say things are going their way. On the other hand, the Mountaineers are going to have to apply more pressure, and the only way they can do that is by taking a wicket, at least breaking this partnership.
Just a back of the envelope Duckworth Lewis calculation. If at 20 runs, 20 overs, sorry, Rhinos to win this match need to have a score around 115. Just assuming that they lose another couple of wickets from here. If this partnership is still intact, they'll only require something around 82 or 83 to win. It's very important that this partnership actually lasts.
It's a good shot. If they carry on playing the way they are playing right now, and they don't put themselves under unnecessary pressure, it should be at the back of the captain's mind that Duckworth Lewis could come into play. And Duckworth Lewis only favors the team batting if they have wickets in hand.
Absolutely. And so I'm sure that it's a conversation that Coach Adam Chifo has had with his charges. And I'm sure they're really aware, because this time, cricket at this time of the year in Zimbabwe is always decided by Duckworth Lewis, almost 90% of the time. So it's something that I'm sure at least Captain Prince Mashaure and Tadisai Msakanda and the coach are very, very aware of where they have to be at each stage during this game. Going to go and take a small drinks break, and joining Stanley Murangani in the combox is going to be Stanley Choza.
Hi Stan. These are the current proceedings. We just spoke about the Duckworth Lewis option and the current partnership that's in the middle. What's your take about how things are going on so far?
Well, good afternoon, Stan. It's time for a stand-to-stand kind of talk. Nicely struck. Brilliant. And when you play strokes like this from the captain, Prince Mashaure, I don't think the Duckworth Lewis is of concern. Importantly, he has to be there. He has to bat deep. He's got the ability, Prince Mashaure. And he's got an able partner in Tadisai Msakanda. 24 of 19 balls, Tadisai, and Prince Mashaure 21 of 40. That's how he operates. But one thing he'll know, he needs to play an inning similar to that of Definite Mawadzi this morning. Anchored the innings. And he let the big hitters in PJ Moore and Timson Marua take the impetus into the Rhinos bowling attack. It's the end of the 11th. 52 for 1. I beg your pardon. Still another delivery. Victor Nyauchi. Driven down the ground once again. But this time it only finds the field at mid-off. Shingi Masakadzo. And finally, it is the end of the 11th. 51 for 1. Jawaya from the school end starts 2 straight. Fortunately for him, Prince Masada not up to the task. Ideally, that would have been a free hit. Leg side delivery hits the pad. Important though, they scamper for a single. They've done very well. It's been a good start compared to what we saw earlier on in the morning. And the Mountaineers start the first power play only managing 20 runs, but importantly for none. So that helped them to put her in the middle periods with PJ Moore, Timson Maruma, Definite Mawadzi. But these two, even though they've lost the wicket in Takuzanashe Kaitano, they've still looked busy. Somewhat subdued innings from Tarsai Sakanda. We know he can go helter-skelter, but he's played with purpose today. He's played on merit and has looked to take on the Mountaineers bowler. So a good partnership. 51 runs so far. Can they continue? Can they build on this foundation set? Pulled with authority. This is the Tarsai Sakanda we know. You miss your length, you will travel, Muchawaya. Brilliant cricket from these two batsmen from the Midwest Rhinos.
Thunder has played a seemingly decent innings. Just the outside edge that didn't carry to third man earlier on. Chawa just having a second thought about that delivery. He would want the two batsmen in the middle to just pick out those loose deliveries and try to rotate the strike as much as possible and just keep the scoreboard ticking. No real... Captain Prince Bashara just batting around Tarisai managing to go for the boundaries when he can and just pick out those singles and give each other time to fill a bit of the ball. An appeal, and wide is the call. Chawa not really picking out his line perfectly. He's gone a bit too late. His first over was decent. He was attacking the fourth stump much more. You see in his first 3 deliveries, he's bowled a lot straighter than he was. And you know, with a wicket that isn't offering a lot for the paces in regards with swing, he would want to hit those lines perfectly. You don't want to give your batsmen too much room. You want them to try to attack you when they are dry of boundaries and looking to up that run rate.
Nicely struck. Back foot punch through the covers. There is a sweeper in place, however, so that will just be restricted to 1. What the Mountaineers bowlers need to realize, this wicket is not playing the same as the morning. Winning the toss, electing to bowl first. Good call by Prince Masare, because his bowlers were brilliant in supporting that decision. However, for Mountaineers, it's a different story. It has been a breeze, a cool breeze across the ground. Once again, straying in line. Muchawaya 2 straight, and this time Prince Masare doesn't miss out. It's 1. But importantly, they need to get their lines and lanes consistently correct. They haven't done so today. You look at the innings of Tarsam Sakana, you feel he's been given scoring shots. He's been given to score. He's not had to go after the bowlers. So that's something that the Mountaineers bowlers seriously need to think about. Shingi Masakadza from the school end, Prince Masare was more than happy to take him on over point with given. So there have been scoring opportunities, not that the batsmen of the Midwest Rhinos have had to search, but practically been given. It's the end of the 12th, 60 for 1. Timson Maruva going to one of his experienced campaigners, Donald Tiripano. And he strays in line immediately. And this time, Tari Musakanda continues to go on his merry way. Little flick of the pad is all it was needed. It's a race to the boundary. The man at fine leg is quite wide, and this delivery has gone fine. Pressure on the bowler immediately. First ball boundary.
You have to be impressed by Tarisai's awareness. Fine leg isn't as fine as you would expect him to be, and he just flicks that with his wrists ever so fine. He manages to put enough on it to get the boundary.
Once again, angling into the pads, looking to bowl wicket to wicket. Donald Tiripano. I just feel the bowlers here, the Mountaineers bowlers especially, are missing a trick. Ideally on a wicket like this, you've got runs on the board. They're not under pressure. It's the batsmen who are under pressure who have to come in and try get those runs. But at this moment in time, it's like bowlers here are bowling on both sides of the wicket. It's hard to defend a total. Easy 1. Once again, a strained down leg. Thoughts of 2. This is good running. Going to the danger here, Taram Siganda. Makes it quite comfortably. It's quite quick. But this is exactly what I'm talking about. 3 leg side deliveries. 5 runs and 3 balls that have gone leg side-ish. You want to be bowling that outside off stump channel. 4th, 5th. It paid dividends for the Midwest Rhinos. You would think that the Mountaineers would have watched, they would have assessed, and practically come in and try and put in a performance carbon copy of what happened in the morning.
It has been a little easier for the Rhinos to score. Another leg side delivery. Donald Tiripano not doing what the captain requires, making it way too easy for the Rhinos batsmen to score. You want to get more dots in than ones with every delivery.
This is good cricket from the batters. But what I don't understand is an experience like Donald place. Finally, there's a slip into place because it's changing batsmen. Sweepers on both sides of the wicket. What's your plan here, Donald? Wide delivery. That has been the problem for me today, Stan.
Consistency. Maybe we'll call it a loosener of an over for Donald, eh? But he's a very experienced bowler. You wouldn't expect for someone who's had so many caps in the national team and has actually won a lot of cups for the Mountaineers. Much better delivery. That's what we're looking for. And the dot ends the 13th over. Rhinos 67 for 1. Muchawaya continues from the school end. Dot on his first ball, getting it right. You want the Mountaineers to tighten up their bowling, try and get more dots in. You saw Brandon Mavuta did that marvelously with the ball when he bowled earlier on. And you want one of their bowlers in the Mountaineers to do the same. Wide delivery goes right through the wicketkeeper. Ones that the Mountaineers would take with a smile. It's that indisciplined bowling again, Stan.
5 runs. The result. This was poor. Second time I've seen this happening. A leg side delivery. Wicketkeeper not able to clean up. 10 runs. 3 runs for that matter. And it's an extra ball. Muchawaya hasn't had the best of starts. First delivery into his third over. 20 runs conceded. Economy rate of over 9. Much better delivery outside the line of off stump. Just got a field set for it. There's a sweep on the offside. Tasayam Sekanda can only punch that into the covers. Not helping themselves here. At this moment in time, I think the captain just needs to stop proceedings, tell his charges to calm down. It's not like they've never played a final before. They're the reigning champions, defending champions. South of catch and a brilliant wicket. I spoke about bowling outside the line of off stump. Muchawaya has obliged. Flirting with danger is Terasai Sakana playing away from his body. And a fine catch. Point fielder definitely gets a breakthrough. Brilliant catch in the point fielder. Second wicket falls for Midwest Rhinos. And as the in-form man, Terasai Sakana has to depart for 37 of 30 balls. 72 for 2. They needed a breakthrough. the Mountaineers comes through in the form of Muchawaya. Much better line. The last two deliveries outside the line of off stump. Yes, there was width, but evidently on this wicket, once you ball that good channel outside the line of off stump, there has been something for the bowlers. Hasn't been easy playing shots through the covers. And what it means is Eddie Byram comes onto the wicket. Left-hand batter joins his captain, Prince Mashauri. Once again, a strain line from Muchawaya. Changed his action, is coming round the wicket to the left-hand batter. He's angling in way too much. If ever they need a bit of inspiration, they should take this moment right now to lift their game. The Mountaineers, they've gotten a breakthrough. Opportunity to ball plenty of dots, pile on the pressure on the new batsman, Eddie Byram. Prince Mashauri, he has been quiet, 23 or 45 deliveries. You know he's not going to be destructive as long as the wicket has fallen on the other side. Nicely driven. But that width, we can play Eddie Byram. And what a way to get off the mark with a brilliant cover drive all the way to the boundary. Well, you can feel the hype and pump of the Midwest supporters. After all, it's their home ground. And what a better place, what a better venue to be playing a final. The Pro 50 final. The domestic 50-over tournament in Zimbabwe. Shots of catch, and yes! If you pull that good channel outside the line of off stump, there is something for the bowlers. Change in field, Timson Maruma brings himself into short cover. It's full, it's wideish, but Eddie Byram, it's gone aerials, just popped up at the last minute, and a good catch in the end by Timson Maruma, the captain. The third wicket falls for 77.
Of events.
the golden arm of Tinashe Mchawaya, bringing a bit of joy. 2 quick wickets in this over for Mountaineers, and they were looking well set. Lost an early wicket up front, that of Takuzanashe Gaetano, the opener. Joining his captain, Jonathan Campbell. It's the end of the 14th, 77 for 3.
And it's Donald Tiripano into second, and he starts with a wide. Mchawaya has rewritten the script. Just 1 over. Looked as if the Rhinos were going and walking away with this match quite easily. Sadisam Sakanda was hitting it all around the ground. Caught it backward point. Really, really good dismissal. And then just after that, good bit of captaincy from the captain, Timson Maruma. Fielding change. Brought a wicket. It was his persistence in bowling a good length, good line, just outside off stump. Created those 2 wickets. And then Mountaineers had the fielding to back it up.
Square driven. It's just the one for the captain, Prince Mashauri. A good timer for Donald Tiripano to try and reinvent himself in this spell. Didn't have the best of starts. Quite an expensive first over, going for 8 runs in that effort. New batsman in play now, Jonathan Campbell. Just faced the single delivery. It's a good time to be bowling.
Really interesting change again. Timson Maruma has gotten it right. He's just moved himself from a short extra cover into the gully. We saw Mchawaya get his first delivery past the outside edge. Campbell's bat. And he's continued to attack.
That's been the key between the 2 captains. The subtle difference. Earlier on, when Midwest Rhinos were bowling, in no time they had gotten rid of their slips. No one catching. Timpson comes in, puts in ploy. He gets himself into a catching position. Short cover, gets rewarded for it. We've got to keep attacking on this wicket. There is something for the seamers every now and then in that outside of off-stump line. It's not the easiest of wicket to be batting. There's still something in it. Not as difficult to bat on compared to the morning. But however, there's still a bit of juice there for the bowlers. As long as you're consistently bowling in the right channel, you will purchase. You will get rewarded.
I find that interesting comparison you made between captains. Timson Maruma, very aggressive as a player. Likes to get on with it, likes to attack. And then Prince Mashauri is almost the opposite of that. Really likes to build a foundation before he actually does attack. Don't get me wrong, I'm not saying he's not an attacking player, but he usually wants to take quite a long time to get himself set and you know, and then before he plays those attacking shots, clear the boundaries. But it's that difference in personality, I think, is the one you're talking about. And that a little bit more attacking naturally, Timson Maruma, and then he captains that way too.
Just Straying in line. Donald Tripano hasn't really enjoyed bowling to the left. And it's the end of the 15th, 81 for 3. That's a good ball. This is exactly the line that I'm asking for from Joya. Preferring round the wicket to Prince Mashauri. Just getting the outside edge, and the ball obviously going all the way to the third man fielder, Victor Nyauchi, the opening bowler for the Mountaineers. Jonathan Campbell has plenty of work to do. Quite an able player. Even now and then, he's had to rescue his side from precarious positions. He finds himself in somewhat of a similar conundrum to at 82 for 3. Looking set were the Midwest Rhinos, while the Prince Mashauri and the Tarsai Musakanda were in operation. A partnership over 50 runs worth. The two were just not able to build onto it and get it further to something closer to the two big partnerships we saw earlier on this morning. And nicely bowled. And this is good stuff from Chase. Learnt a lesson or two here. Those two wickets would have taken in the previous over obviously give him some sort of inspiration and firing him up. And the celebration in that second wicket tells you a story. He'd been hit for a boundary the previous ball, came back very well, and he was rewarded. That's just good bowling. Outside edge, and Victor Nyauchi does well, a third man. A somewhat rejuvenated performance we're seeing here from the Mountaineers, and it's been led by Tinashe Mchawai simply by bowling a good line and length. He hasn't had to do anything special. He's just probing that fourth and fifth stump line. That's all it has taken. It's all it's changed. And all of a sudden, they're looking at a different team, the Mountaineers.
And it's just simplicity. We've done a lot of coaching, Stan. And I know you tell your players the simple things work. But today, Mchawaya is actually proof that they'd actually do.
Nicely bowled. Aggressive bowling from Mchawai. It's the end of the 16th, 84 for 3. Change of action. Donald Tirpano pushes that one wide. Now Prince Mashauri. With a brilliant bowling effort from Brendan Mafuta this morning, takes him right to the top. Some of the top wickets takers table with 28 this season. He's done very well for himself. He's done very well for his team. He's been the go-to guy, the player for his captain. 28 wickets. And we'll be very, very pleased with his performance this season, especially in conditions that generally do not assist a spin. But it always helps when you're a risk and you've got plenty of arsenal, plenty of variations. Stop balls, got the googly. A lot of players somehow seem to struggle to pick the wrong one. Much better liner from Donald Tulpano. A little too full, but Jonathan Campbell not able to capitalize on that full length delivery.
Just something we've seen throughout this day. Batters come in, new batters really struggle to get going. Jonathan Campbell's faced 10 balls to make his 3. Ordinarily, you'd expect him to have gotten that last delivery from Donald Tipano away to the boundary. Very strong through that cover and extra cover region. It's just been that wicket that you've got to work through the first 15 or 20 minutes when you arrive at the crease. Be a little bit more cautious than you typically would. And then once you've gotten through that period, it looks like it's become much, much easier to bat on. And beautifully bowled. Donald Tiripano, that is an absolute beauty. A little slower through the air. And got that one. Angle in and then leave. Jonathan Campbell, who had to play at that one.
Driven, but he can only find a fielder in the covers. Spencer Magodo. And immediately a fielding change has been effected. Sweeper has been put into play. Looking at some of the stats here, Tadiwa Nashimaramani leading at the top runners, the top run getters. 428 runs in the season. An average of 47.5. A nice delivery from Donald Tiripano. Chama Chibaba, again of the Alliance Health Eagles. Player who operates together with Tadiwa Nashimaramani. 391 runs he scored. At the same time, it was this season that he managed to get his highest individual score. Over 150 he got, Chama Chibaba. Sitting at number 2. It's the end of the 17th, 86 for 3. Not the best of starts from Chawaya. The disciplines have not been the best today, the Mountaineers. Plenty of extras. Much better line. That is where you want to be. More often than not. He slowed down in the scoring. Prince Mashauri Normally a batsman who likes to play on merit. 27 of 51 deliveries, just the 3 boundaries. The strike rate of under 53. Jonathan Campbell, 14 deliveries faced for his 3 runs, strike rate of 21. He needs to get going. This little print that we're witnessing now kind of reminds me of Neville Madziva's second spell. At a point in time when Prince Mashaure had brought on both his leg spinners, Brendan Mafuta, Jonathan Campbell, bowling to PJ Moore. And PJ Moore really was aggressive to those two. But a good change, good tactic from Prince. Took Jonathan Campbell out of the attack and brought in Neville Madziva, who was brilliant today. We're seeing something similar right now from Machawaya. So this is a good ploy from Timson Maruma to continue to bowl Machawaya.
That drifted onto Prosper, Prince Mashaure's pads. He's just going to get the 1 run for it. A little bit of excitement from the fielders as that was in the air for a little bit. It was in a gap and therefore safe.
No. I don't know the return on a top player would. Another baby off the people. Last ball of this over. Short. Donald Tiripano. Way inside the fine leg region, but fortunately for him, Prince Masara does not get the exact timing he would have wanted to heave that through the fine leg region. It's just a single to end the 18th over. 90 for 3. Nicely driven, but no run. And just talking about Neville Madziva, brilliant match figures. Fortunate to get a wicket, 33 runs conceded, 2 maidens in his 9 overs. Some brilliant stats there, and importantly for me is that dot ball percentage, 61%. Just shows you how simple he kept it. Just bowling outside the line of off stump and letting the batsman take the risk. And like I said earlier on, sometimes you look at the scorecard, you see the figures, but you don't truly appreciate how well the bowler has done it. Bowling to Kevin Kasuza alone, 9 balls, 8 dots in that power play. 1 run. Bowling to Donald Tripana later on in the innings, 8 balls, 2 dots. To Shingi Masakaza, 5 balls, just 10 runs. To Clive Chitumba, 15 balls, 13 dots. To PJ Moore, this was good. Brought back into the attack because PJ Moore was taking on the spinners. 15 balls, 9 dots, only 4 runs conceded off Neville Madziva by PJ Moore. So a similar performance required of a bowler from the Mountaineers at this moment in time. Mchawaya doing so at this moment in time has got 2 breakthroughs, importantly for the Mountaineers. And there's this little passage of play that will really put pressure into the Rhinos batting lineup. They've slowed down. They're not scoring freely, as Tarim Sekanda was doing, or he was able to do. They're in a good space, the Mountaineers. They need to continue this good work.
And on the inverse side of that coin is the importance of Prince Mashaure. He has now got to bat until this game is won or lost, because the victory basically rests on his shoulders. He's going to have to bat deep. It's also very important that Jonathan Campbell has gotten a start here. He's faced 16 deliveries, just 5 runs, a strike rate of 31. He's got to bat through. He's got to support Prince Mashaure through this. They just cannot afford to lose another wicket, the Rhinos. And that is a really good bit of fielding, good pressure from Timson Maruma. And unfortunately, Ngodo is not able to collect his throw. End of the 19th, and it's 94 for 3.
If you've just joined us, I can only wonder where you've been, because this is turning out to be an exciting Pro 50 final. Having won the toss, Prince Mashaura, the Midwest Rhinos captain, electing to bowl first in what were good bowling conditions. Started off well, but good partnerships from Definite Moadzi and PJ Moore. Definite Moadzi once again featuring in a second brilliant partnership with Timson Maruma. Made sure that a good total, decent total of 277 was put on the board. And as such, Midwest Rhinos required 270 from the allotted 50 overs to win this match. Things have somewhat gone pear-shaped. 94 for 3 is the situation they find themselves in. An off-spinner brought into the attack. Vincent Masekesa. There was rain around us early this morning, and I'm reliably informed there was plenty of rain last night here in Kwekwe. It's the rainy season, and it's upon us. It's not the Ides of March anymore, but the Ides of summer. It's certainly heating up, and there's heavy clouds around us. So perhaps that duck with roost, there's been talk of it. My compatriots, Darlington, Atambanadzo, Lariquirai, having made mention of it, they do find themselves in a spot of bother should that come into play, because at the end of the 20th, the Midwest Rhinos should be 115 runs on the board for the loss of 3 wickets. Good move by Timson Maruma, Mountaineers captain, to bring in a spinner, try and get things moving. Thoughts of a single. Victor Nyaochi, way close. Interesting passage of play here, Darlington, because it's also a situation for someone who's in the Midwest Rhinos team, a batsman, and importantly, like you say, a Prince Mashaura who's there. He's spent time. He could be a hero if he bats all the way. We'll discuss that for it's the end of the 20th over. 96 for 3. Donald to the panel. It continues. Just coming back to what I was talking about, the Darlington. Would be nice for the captain, Prince Mashara, to be there until the last ball is bowled. This game has the makings and the opportunity for someone to be a hero.
There's the makings to finish up an absolute thriller today. Jonathan Campbell is going really, really hard going. 6 from 21. The run rate required is just gone over 6 for the first time in this match. Prince Mashade is just a little bit higher than 60%. And that's found a gap. It's just going to be the one run. Again, we see evidence of his just inability to really get that timing going. Jonathan Campbell didn't quite find the middle of the bat. It's so important that he works through this difficult period, and then he's got to really blossom and get that strike rate up around 5.5, 6 runs and over. Bat until the end of this match if the Midwest Rhinos are to have any chance at all of winning this match.
Now, plenty to think about for the batsmen that remain in the Midwest Rhinos batting lineup. Slow ball. Nicely played by Jonathan Campbell. Just a steer through point. Tashinga Msikiwa will be key. Neville Madziva will be key. And I think someone like a Tashinga Msikiwa will really, really do well coming in at a time when there's runs on the board. And this is a foundation set because he can clear the boundary. Carl Mumba as well can hit a long ball. And once again, another stray delivery. And plenty of extras from the Mountaineers bowlers. There's plenty of experience in this lineup, and don't expect to see this kind of a performance. And with that, it comes up to the 100. 102 for 3. The end of the 21st.
103 for 3. definite. Mawadzi is continuing, and he's doing a really good job for his captain. That's a well-placed shot by Prince Mashaure. He knew it was 2 runs from the moment he hit it.
Nicely played by Prince. Should be 2 here. For a moment, you thought is not entertaining thoughts of it because he just took off without intent in thinking of that second run. At a time where runs are hard to come by, it's a perfect opportunity to just rotate the strike, take the opportunity, every opportunity that there is on offer to score. That's more like it. Thoughts of 2 should be done so quite easily. They're not in a bad position run-wise, Darlington. Even the required run rate hasn't really skyrocketed. It's only 6 is required from now, and they're going at 5s. It's just been that wickets column, and they've lost a really set batsman in Teresa Msakanda. We spoke about how he was really playing somewhat of a controlled innings. A couple of loose shots have really let him down, especially the one that led to his demise. Flirting with danger way outside the line of off stump. Thick outside edge to the fielder, who took a brilliant catch at point. Nicely played. This is much better cricket from these 2 batsmen. Even now and then, they'd somewhat gotten themselves into a period where they were just looking to block. Doesn't help the cause. It's the end of the 22nd. 111 for 3.
Donald Tiripano. No, this is Clive Chitumba. He's replaced Donald Tiripano. This is the first time he's having a bowl today. Again, tactic continues of bowling around the wicket to the left-handers.
Nice build-up of the crowd here. Good afternoon, Darlington Matambanato.
Good afternoon, Larry. Yes, it has been. And they've been vociferous and loud in their support for the local team, Midwest Rhinos.
I've heard the odd Mountaineers supporter saying there was a chant for Victor Nyawuchi at some point. I think there were probably about 3 supporters.
That's been right. Yes, Jonathan Campbell has needed all the support he can get. He's found it very difficult going. 11 from 26. Very good work from the boundary by Shingi Kalo Masakadza. Keeps that down to just a single. What Jonathan Campbell's problem has been his absolute lack of boundaries. And then he's also He's soaked up a few dot balls. Really, really many dot balls. And to get his 12 from 27 deliveries, 15 dot balls in there.
So, looking at it, is there a danger for Rhinos in this? It's bogged down a bit, so then it becomes difficult to get into attack mode when you need to.
Well, just keep a look at that scoreboard. You'll see it's 22.4 overs gone now. 25 overs, which is the halfway mark. Find that every over, that's a beautiful shot from Jonathan Campbell. Probably just going to be 2 runs for it. Prince Mashaude has done well to get back in time. I think as you watch that scoreboard after every single over that you don't meet your required run rate, you'll see adds a little bit to that required run rate. And over a sort of 5, 6, 7 overs, with the required run rate of just 6.04. And that's a misfield by Victor Nyauchi. It should just be 2 runs. There's this thick outfield. Just doesn't let the ball run all the way to the boundary. And that is the end of the 23rd, 116 for 3.
One data is always
should be just the single for Prosper, for, forgive me, Prince Mashaude. He moves into the 40s, he's 42 from 72. Almost identical strike rate with Jonathan Campbell, who's 16 from 29. He has definitely missed out. See him signaling to go to the left of that Timson Maruma, who's that extra cover.
it's a no ball.
And that's a no ball, and that's a real opportunity. Jonathan Campbell has got to make sure he hits this to the boundary, and if at all possible, he's going to look to hit it out the ground. Try and get this innings start to get some impetus towards that 6 runs and over required. And that's into the gap at Kaa corner. He's found the gap, and his first boundary with off the 32nd delivery that he has faced, Jonathan Campbell. And this ends out being quite a good over. Just 3 balls bowled in it. And Rhinos have 6 runs for balls they've faced. Single and a no ball, and that boundary off the free hit. Just got to make sure, Jonathan Campbell, that they really cash in here.
And you know what that does, that no ball does? It just releases the pressure that was building on Jonathan Campbell. You could see he was trying to hit it harder than you probably would most of the time. But when that free hit comes in, he times it perfectly, goes for a 4, next ball, you can see he hits the ball with a lot more fluidity.
For me, Prince Mashaude, you can't really see it, and his strike rate's been improving really slowly, largely because he's gotten a lot of singles off the last few balls he's faced, not allowed either of the bowlers to bowl many dot balls. he's starting to me to look a lot more fluent than he has through this innings. I think that is a good sign for the Rhinos. Into the 24th over, 126 for 3.
Talking about that acceleration, the 20th over, the pass score needed to be 115. They've pushed on, and the pass score at the end of the last over was 126. Of course, you want to leave space for other possibilities, but if it were to bucket down at this point, then the scores are tied.
Good delivery from Clive Chitumba. That one to just move away a little bit from Prince Mashaude, who didn't help himself. He's playing with half a bat, trying to work that down towards the third man boundary.
And this is not the only match that's taking place today in the Pro 50. The third and fourth playoff is taking place in Bulawayo. Alliance Health Eagles against Tuskers. And chasing 287. Tuskers are now 125 for the loss of 2 wickets. The Krisa Tafaram Pariwa with 39 and Samsang Nunu with 1. And with that,
and that is the big dismissal. Really soft dismissal. Prince Mashaude is gone for 43 of 77 deliveries. And Rhinos are in real trouble now. Somebody's going to have to really turn up. And if they're to win this one, 126 for 4.
an absolutely huge wicket that just found in the Last ball during this over. Clive Chitumba grabbing the wicket of Rhinos captain Prince Mashaure. Prince Mashaure would have been very disappointed in himself. Under no pressure, really. Just need to go a run a ball. Had done all the hard work, the hard graft. Faced a lot of deliveries, and you'd expect him to be the guy who will carry this towards the end. But forced into a false shot and has to go. And at this point, you have to say the advantage is slightly in Mountaineers' favour. Still quite a bit of batting to come for Rhinos. Nyasha Mayaro, very capable batter. Same as Carl Mumba, Tashinga Msekiwa, a couple of other people that can take the game away from Mountaineers. But it's going to be this important period, this critical period in which they're going to have to hunker down and make sure they don't lose any wickets. So after 25 overs is 126 for 4.
Masekesa, leg spinner, and that's gone through. Wicket keeper really should have picked. Just going to be 2 runs. And, Jonathan Campbell get a little bad on this. Yes, it looks like he might actually have gotten some bat on it, which is probably why he was able to elude the wicketkeeper. Spencer Mavodo has probably pitched outside the line of leg stump, and that's the signal that umpire Aino Chabi is just giving. And it's on that side of the wicket is his signal. This is a really good start from Masekesa. Just the 2 runs off on inside edge. Rhinos ball 2 dot that up. It's not really where he wants to be, but I can see what he was trying to do. He was trying to get that googly to pitch leg side-ish. And it's turning away from Jonathan Campbell. And he's gone really good at contact. Really got hold of that. Has Jonathan Campbell jumped deep into his crease. Really accelerated the hands through the striking zone. Gets his second boundary. And he moves to 29 of 38 deliveries. 133 for 4.
Seemed to have been interest from the, not so much from the umpire. The crowd getting into full voice once again. Shouts of Johnson.
Well, it's been quite a good over. As the 26th, 134 for 4. Clive Chitumba 1 wicket and 6 runs from his 2 overs.
What do you think it is, Clive Chitumba's action, or or rather his delivery, that makes it difficult for people to get him to the fence?
I think he's a little bit slower through the air than the 3 bowlers who bowled before him. And then the other thing that he's done is he's found the right length on this wicket. So if you're going to get the ball to the boundary, he doesn't really give you much width, so you've got to actually put quite a lot of action through the shot. If you get anything wrong, as we saw with Prince Mashaure, trying to get action through that shot, getting bat speed through the striking zone, you find that you hit it in the air, because I think the wicket is a little bit too paced. Some have seemed to be holding up in the wicket just a little bit. And that's Nyasha Mayabo taking him 3 balls, but he's finally off the mark.
A great afternoon of cricket has taken place here at Kwekwe Sports Club. If you happen to be in the area, do come. It's a great game of cricket, family atmosphere. And everybody can have a good time. And also, replica jerseys are becoming a big thing for cricket supporters. You can find them at the Crick Shop.
And really have a very successful, in the last 3 to 6 months, very successful Zimbabwe men's cricket side in particular. Got some outstanding results in the lead up to the World Cup and at the World Cup. But really started to look like a side that can beat almost anybody in world cricket at the moment. And also, if I follow Brad Evans on Instagram, and Ryan Burl and a couple of the other players, the way they talk about themselves as individual players and as a team has become a lot more positive than I remember it ever really being, which is a really encouraging sign for Zimbabwe cricket.
Absolutely. And at the end of the 27th of 139 for 4.
Campbell's hit a couple of boundaries, and what that's done is it's moved his strike rate, which is in the 50s, high 40s and low 50s for a long time, now moved to 75. And we're starting to see him appear to be starting to find his touch. Nyasha Mayao, anything like the rest of the form that his team has showed, it's going to take a little while to actually find him. So Jonathan Campbell is coming right at the really important stage in this game.
Yeah, definitely. You could sort of see he has taken on the role earlier on that you go from Timson Marumba, started off slowly, and then started having a go, because you look at his strike rate was under 50 overs ago. Now he's gone closer to 75%. So certainly upping the rate. Very brave of Vincent Masekesa to come back to bowl another over after going for 9 in the previous over.
Another really interesting thing, what that statistic tells you, is how important in this game, in 50 overs cricket, is the ability to consistently find the boundary. It just allows you to score at slightly quicker rates than players who don't do that. And then the other thing is not to allow opposition to bowl many dot balls at you, which unfortunately Jonathan Campbell allowed, as did Prince Mashawde before him. End of the 28th, 142 for 4.
Clive Chitumba, very impressive. 11 runs off his 3 overs so far. Again, what you're talking about, the fact that because he's slower through the air, a rushed shot there by Jonathan Campbell was through the shot by the time the ball came, and so didn't quite get it as far as he wanted to, or maybe luckily he didn't, because with Victor Nyauchi at mid-on, could have been in play. That's it. Well, maybe just a little bit too well from Jonathan Campbell. Adds 1 to his total. And for me, Darlington, I think this is the point that they're going to have to start putting some impetus into the end.
Oh, like 143 is the current score. That's a beautiful shot from Yasha Mayabo. Oh my word. Just this really slow outfield. Prevents him from getting the ball to the boundary. But he's literally eased that just to the right of mid-on. Donald Zuripana was fielding. Just hasn't given really a chance to get to it. Now it's 20. Now just has scored 6 of them. So Jonathan Campbell has started to really find his rhythm and his timing. And that is gone all the way. Probably a flat 6. It's gone to the boundary. Some questions might have just bounced inside line. Umpire Fostam Tizwa says that it's gone all the way. Timing and power that Jonathan Campbell has been lacking so far in his innings. He's suddenly finding his touch, and he moves to 42 off just 50 deliveries. You were asking earlier, Larry, what this run chase is going to look like. It's going to look like roughly you get to 30, and then you double what Rhinos have at 30. And if it's more or less than the required, if it's more than the required run rate, you should just assume that it's going to be Rhinos win here. But the problem is, Mountaineers find a way to take a couple of wickets here, be some real pressure. problem with Clive Chitumba being a little bit slower through the air than the other bowlers. Hit it slightly short. You allow a batter who's starting to get settled, find his way in, to pull you all the way to the boundary for 6. It's really important that he really knuckle down and get it right. End of the 29th, 152 for 4. Really good work by Victor Nyawushi to keep that down to just 1 run.
It's getting very vibrant here.
Sorry, that's actually Clive Chitumba. And what he had done, if it had gotten past him, it probably would have gone its way all the way to the boundary. This is the side to the right of your screens. This is the shorter side of that boundary. Generally, we've seen boundaries get hit on that side of the ground.
Lovely delivery there. I think if it left that could have been given as a wide. Just looking at Jonathan Campbell's body language, 5 or so over. Certainly a lot more confidence in him at the moment. He's looking like somebody who believes he's now in control of the match and is taking responsibility as far as the result is concerned.
They've been helped, really, I think, also by the way Nyasha Mayawo has played. He's continued to find singles, not gotten bogged down. Rotated the strike quite nicely. End of the 30th, 154 for 4.
As Mountaineers call for more reinforcements, Shingi Masakaza currently 4 overs, a single maiden, 22 runs conceded, hasn't taken a wicket. Is Captain Timisa Marumaru hoping for a change of luck?
Jonathan Campbell looks like he does want to. PJ Moore's done really well to keep that down to just the single. 4 runs needed for Midwest Rhinos to win here. And that's a really well called single by Nyasha Mayavo. He's been really good. He's looked in really fine touch. Not allowed himself to get bogged down. And as I'm not going to allow myself to get bogged down, and replacing me, joining Larry in the commentary box, is Stanley Chauza.
Good afternoon, Stanley.
Good afternoon, Larry. It's all happening out there. Shakaza not happy with Vincent Masekesa. He feels there was a chance here, an opportunity to further try and break through into the Midwest Rhinos batting lineup. Leading edge. Nicely played. Off the hips from up Jonathan Campbell. And has somewhat found a rhythm here. Struggled in the start, but is scoring boundaries with ease at the end of the 31st. 162 for 4.
Let's see how many.
Vincent Masekesa. Oh, nicely bowled. And a well-deserved wicket. Brilliant delivery from Vincent. Faint edge from Nyashimayavo. And a good catch by the wicketkeeper. This is brilliant stuff from the Mountaineers. They are making headway. They continuously keep to chip. Spencer McWhorter cleans up what is a brilliant catch. And with that wicket, it's time for a drinks break. It's turning out to be a thriller. The venue, Kwekwe Sports Club. It's the 50 final of the Zimbabwe domestic 50 over tournament. The Midwest Rhinos versus the Mountaineers. So far, so good for the Mountaineers. Posted a total of 277 for the loss of 7 wickets in the allotted 50 overs this morning. Having won the toss, the captain, Prince Mashauri, elected to bowl first. And a good batting innings by the Mountaineers. Meant is that the Midwest Rhinos require 278 runs to win this match. Currently in the spot of bother at 162 for 5. Vincent Masekesa made an early breakthrough in this over, getting a wicket off the first ball. Earlier on, there was talk of what would be a good total, Larry. The Mountaineers doing the right thing, putting runs on the board, importantly.
That's all you can, because in the final, scoreboard pressure becomes a real thing. But I think Rhinos will be backing themselves here. They've got big hitters, Carl Mumba and Tashingam Sekiwa, who's just come on right now. So they will feel that they can have someone on the other end who can hit the ball. And Jonathan Campbell, just one run away from another 50. And he's been playing remarkably well in the last couple of overs and helping steer the ship for his Rhino side.
Good pace from Vincent Masekesa, not giving Jonathan Campbell anything much to work with. Importantly, a good line, a good length from the young bowler. Another dot ball, asking all the right questions, continue to pile on the pressure. The one person who was really impressive for me, Tinashe Mchawaya. I think he's the reason why that the Mountaineers find themselves in a good position like now. We'll talk about that when we return. It's the end of the 32nd, 163 for 5.
This is a thriller in the Midlands as Shingi Masakaza comes back. Bowling from the golf course end here at Kwekwe Sports Club. The Rhinos fans in full voice backing their team. And if you're in Mutare, wherever you are, you're supporting Mountaineers, I'm sure you're in full voice as well, backing yours. Can they go over the line? That's the big question.
Thick outside edge. PJ Moore running to his left at the fine leg position. Third man rather. Does a fine job to save that ball from running away to a boundary. Tashingam Sekiwa, he needs to play a match changing innings here. Something similar to that half century from Timson Maruma in the morning. He's got to pick up the ante. He's got to get that required run rate down. There's a clean strike of a cricket ball, Tashingam Sekiwa, so the ability is plenty. Big task on his shoulders. He has to bat deep with Jonathan Campbell.
What I'll tell you there is that Shingi Masakaza will have been in many of these situations over and over again, and it's going to be a question of whether the This will be a question of whether he can master any of that experience, or the so-called exuberance of youth will fight him off.
I'll tell you what, it's not over until the fat lady sings. We have a good match on the cards here. Tashingam secure. Plenty of ability, plenty of promise from this young man. This is the stage for him. Slow delivery from Chingi Masakaza. Off cutter.
Wily old customer that. And usually when you start getting towards the 30th over, or rather 35th over, every over that you go past in which you're not scoring at the required run rate, the run rate starts creeping up.
Another extra. This has not been the best bowling performances from the Mountaineers. Unfortunately for them, the one thing very well that has gone their way is that they've taken wickets. 166 after 32. This is the 33rd over. You would feel the Rhinos still have a chance. Required run rate 6.5. Currently going at 5s, so they're not too far off to what's required. Nicely played. Just driven straight down the ground. Is giving himself an opportunity here. Tashingam Sekiwa, he knows that it's only 100 of 102 balls with 5 wickets in hand that is required. After 33, it's 67 for 5. Continuing from the school end, Vincent Masekesa. Good bowling figure so far. Just the 14 runs and his effort of 4 overs. Into his 5th. And this is what Tashingam Sekiwa brings to the table. It's there for the taking. It's a full toss. And it's dispatched with authority. We'll need plenty more of those big hits. It's there for the taking. And he has to score, Tashingam Sekiwa. Massive, massive hit by the young man. And what this does is just put the pressure back onto the bowler. It's a statement on its own. You miss, I hit. Not you, the bowler, hitting my stumps, me taking you out of the...
And it was one of those that just needed to be punished, wasn't it? A full toss at the kind of pace that Vincent Masekesa is able to bowl. That's easy pickings.
173. Make it 174 now. And that should have been a single. Plenty of ball watching. Tashingam Sekiwa, and rightfully so, he apologizes. And what that means is Jonathan Campbell has to wait for another delivery to get to his half century. 49 off 63, Jonathan Campbell. And finally he gets it. He started off slow. Found it hard to score around the ground, but eventually he got stuck in. And a well-deserved half-century by Jonathan Campbell. Did speak about his ability with both bat and ball. And once again, proving to be that solid block in making sure that the Rhinos are still alive in this match. After 34, 175 for 5. Winston Masakadza. Square driven. Finds Vincent Masekesa at point. So this is the scorecard. This is what happened in the morning. Tsakudzonashi Kaitano couldn't get going, didn't trouble the scorecard at all for Rhinos. 5 balls and couldn't get off the mark. Prince Mashari, 43 of 76 balls. Tarasai Msakanda, 37 of 31. 13 wild. And the loss of that of Tarim Sakanda somewhat slowed down the scoring. Eddie Byram has managed the boundary. Jonathan Campbell, it's looking good, looking set. 50 of 66, not out yet. Nyasha Mayabo looked slick. Looked like he was going to take the pressure away from Jonathan Campbell, but just was able to last for 15 deliveries for his 9. Tashinga Msekiwa, he's on the park now, partnering Jonathan Campbell. They need a massive partnership, these two. 11 of 11 at the moment. Looking at the bowlers, Victor Nyawachi kick-started things. Managing to get an early wicket. That of Takunashi Kayatano, 1 for 22 off his 6 so far. Shingi Matsakaza into his 7th. 34 runs so far. Unfortunate for him this time. And no wicket yet. Tinashe Mchawaya. This man was important for me. 2 for 32. Kick-started off what was a little collapse for the Midwest Rhinos. Definite Mwati, Donald Tiripano, 22-21 runs respectively off their 5 and 3 overs. Clive Chitumba, 1 for 21. Vincent Masekesa, 1 for 22.
And now I'm guessing Jonathan Campbell has gotten to his half century, probably a little bit freer right now. And should open up his body and his bat and probably accelerate the scoring.
Because of the loss of wickets, I think he'll continue to play in the same vein as he has. Every opportunity he gets to get a boundary, it's off. It has been off a bad ball. He hasn't really had to look for boundaries. So as long as the boundary balls are being handed out to them, he can continue. What he needs to do, however, is play the long game. He is the one batsman who is in his set. A big innings from him, 80 plus. Will definitely see the Midwest Rhinos home. We can't leave it for anyone else. He has to be selfish here. End of the 35th, 177 for 5.
So joining Stanley Chiwaza now in the studio is another Stanley. The double act of Stanley and Stanley. Stanley Bringani.
It's gone high. Tillfield is converging under it. And it's dropped. Would you believe
you feel he had the sense of worrying about where the boundary line was and lost eye contact with the ball and only realized he was safe, but the ball had already come to hand.
This is not good from Clive Chitumba. Much better fielder than this. Now, is this the chance they will leave to Roo? Dropping a man with the ability to clear the boundary like Tashingam Sekiwa could cost Mountaineers a trophy here. Vincent Masekisa would have thought an opportunity here to get his second wicket, but died. Not the best of hands, not the best of fielding effort. And this time it's PJ Moore. Brilliant fielding. Has he palmed that back in time? He won't mind Tashigam Sekira as long as it's still in. Twice now on this over. Tried to go over the long on, long off boundaries. Hasn't really timed it. But his intention is clear. He's out there to try and score runs. Spin. Vincent Masekisa will not be happy at all with his fielders here. It's all happening.
Pretty interesting, right? Drop catch, save 6. Misfield that gave them 2 runs. Midwest Rhinos is still just under the required run rate, which is 6.71. Currently striking at 5.11.
What they do need, though, the Midwest Rhinos, is this partnership to grow. It's only 22 runs so far. If it so happens without further damage to the wickets column, it means that the Rhinos need 94 runs of 84 deliveries with 5 wickets in hand. Joy, lucky there. Got away with murder. Tashingam Secure not really timing that delivery. That bat face just closing upon the impact of that delivery. The field have missed out from the boundary option. And then immediately a fielding change from Timson Maruma, the Mountaineers captain. Getting a sweeper right onto the boundary on the offside. Nicely played. He gets the single off the second delivery. Crucial. It's not only boundaries that are required. This is better thinking. This is better play from Tashingam Secure. They're not too far off. Just 93 runs required.
Bear in mind, Stanley, that in the 40th over of the Mountaineers batting, they were sitting on 202 runs. So that's for them to score with wickets in hand. Could still get the Rhinos to win this. As long as you say it like you did say, the two in the middle get a good partnership going.
This is not looking good. Looks like Mchawaya has done something, perhaps his hamstring. And the physio is immediately called on. This is what the players do hate. You work hard, fitness-wise, you work on your game, you get your team into the final, and when you need it the most, you get injured. It's part of the game, it happens. Unfortunately for Mchawa, he has to walk off the park. And that means a different bowler will be called in to finish off this over. Hoping it's nothing too serious. Plenty of cricket in the domestic setup that will be played. Just a couple of weeks away from the start of the Premier Logan 4-day tournament, the Logan Cup. Mchawa plays a pivotal role for the Mountaineers in that format.
It's any captain's nightmare to lose a bowler prematurely to an injury like that. And a hamstring is always one of those injuries that you don't want to actually endure. Ruptured muscle or just a slight tear could put him outside of action for a while.
Clive Chitumba given the responsibility to finish off this over. Guilty. Poor fielding at long off rather, the previous over. Nicely played by Jonathan Campbell. They need to find a way, the Mountaineers, to continue to ask the right questions. How do they stop these singles? These two, especially Jonathan Campbell, looking set, looking comfortable, playing with ease. Opportunity really presented itself off the bowling of Vincent Masekesa, but the fielding was not up to task. Nicely played. PJ Moore running to his left will save a boundary. Deft touch from Tashinga Sekiwa. Not all about power. Perhaps a word or two from Jonathan Campbell. Big brush on the shoulder. Say, hey, mate, you here. We need to take this as deep as possible.
They do have plenty of overs to play. This being the 37th over. Well bowled.
And that's all he needs to do, Clive Chitumba. It doesn't have to try anything too fancy. Once again, stick to your basics. Once again, the off-stump channel. You've got a sweep on the offside. You've got protection. Probe the box.
And because the fielders because you got a mid-off and your extra cover is really close. Something had to play. Third umpire should be having a look around. Fans and having one or two words with one of the Mountaineers fielders. Friendly war.
An unwarranted stop in play happening now. Third umpire just having a word with part of the crowd here at Cricket Sports Club. It's the manager of the Mountaineer side, Steady Musoso, just to try to clear things up. And the captain of the Mountaineers as well, getting involved, Timson Maruma. All is well now. We can resume play. Clive Chitumba. Nicely played by Tashingam Sikiwa. To end at the 37th over. 189 for 5. Vincent Masekesa to Tashingam Sikiwa. Twice he would have had him. Dropped. First instance, second instance. Good fielding effort from PJ Moore to pound back. Would have been a 6. Question now is how does Tashingam Sikiwa look to play Vincent Masekesa now? Does he continue with the aggression? Much better. Nicely played. Gets the single. Gets Jonathan Campbell back on strike.
Vincent has been bowling well. With 1 wicket, just to credit an extremely good exception. Wow, run performance. He's just been hit for about 29 runs, maybe 30 off the single that Secure just took off his previous delivery. Ooh, a good delivery. Holding its line. Campbell trying to give himself room. But the ball not spinning as much as he thought it would.
A little quicker through the air this time around. Nicely played. Looking to back away and cut. Looking to pierce that offside. Jonathan Campbell, quite strong, square off the wicket on the offside. One of his favorite go-to shots, especially facing spin. Ones and twos. Equally important. Brilliant delivery from Vincent Masekesa. When Brandon Mavuta operation this morning, there was hints of turn, hints of grip off the surface. Evidence here with Vincent Masekesa operated. Just the 2 runs off this over. Brilliant effort from Vincent Masekesa as the ender of the 38th. 191 for 5. Victor Nyauchi brought back into the attack from the city end.
A good few overs, and the captain turning to him to try and break this partnership. Because what they need right now are wickets. If these 2 batsmen who have settled in nicely manage to stick it out until the 43rd, 45th over.
Nicely played by Jonathan Campbell. Thoughts of 2. The fielder, Gopoto, is in hard to save, just to keep it to 1. Buxton Gopoto on the field for the injured Muchawaya. The question here, when you've lost the bowler, should this game go all the way to the death? How more will that injury really affect the Mountaineers? They still have Donalds, still got plenty of overs. Victor, Clive Chitumba.
I guess the skipper will have to re-strategize and look at a way to finish off the game without the injured bowler. He has the experience and the two openers, and that could prove a delicate point for the Mountaineers. Good delivery. Sekiro manages to steal a single just by punching it down to long on.
Well, Vincent Masigesa has only bowled 7 overs, so he's still got 3 more. He can afford to push his leg spinner, trying to get him to finish off his overs. Shigi Masakadza has 3 as well. Victor Nyauchi in the 7th now, so that's 3 more as well to go after this. Clive Chitumba injured. I beg your pardon, Tinashe Mchawa, he's the one who's injured, had bowled 5, he was into his 6th when it all happened. But Clive Chitumba, he's only bowled 4.4, so there's still plenty of overs to try and mix things up in the death for the captain, Timson Maruma. Flirting, not short enough to cut, just misjudging the length there. Does Jonathan Campbell.
Would want him to go back to his previous strokes that he was playing, where he was just playing through the line and not looking for too much power. Here he was trying to clear the boundary and not really getting his feet in line with the delivery. It was wideish off him. He would prefer him just let that go and look for another single, maybe a couple of them.
Nicely played. But unfortunately for him, he finds the field at mid-wicket. Clive Chitumba. The field have missed out there. It was angling into the pads, targeting the leg stump. It's turning out to be a brilliant day here at Queco Sports Club. The rain, importantly, has stayed away. And once again, with that bat just turning the point of impact, and that means that ball just squirts through to the leg side. There's a fielder deep square leg, and it's just the one. It's the end of the 39th, 195 for 5. Donald Tiripano back into the attack from the school end. Starts off with a full toss. Would you believe it was there to be hit? There was no fielder. It did mid-wicket, and placement was all it requires. But this time Jonathan Campbell has to depart because he's found the one fielder at mid-wicket. Timson Maruma takes a good catch to dismiss Jonathan Campbell for 57 of 75 balls. Trouble for the Midwest Rhinos. 195 for 6. Neville Madziva walks on to the crease. He joins Tashinga Msekiwa. Jonathan Campbell, a handy 7 of 75 balls. He departs with Midwest Rhinos requiring another 83 runs of 65 balls. It's looking a tough ask now. Still within range, not too far off. Can hold a bat, Neville Madziva. Decent all-rounder.
You find him in good knock, he can clear the boundary easy. But you'll feel that he needs to play himself in with the way the wicket has been playing throughout the day. And with an experienced bowler in Donald Turipano. Given the width, finds the fielder. Quick single taken because of the misfield. Made safely. Sekio was caught napping there, but managed to cover the ground.
And the other match happening at in Bulawayo, third and fourth playoff. The Mutland Tuskers require another 75 runs of 42 balls. 212 for 6 they are after 43. So pretty poised. Similar games that we have right now. Nicely played by Tashinga Msekiwa. Thoughts of 2 and completed quite comfortably. It was all gloomy this morning when this game started. Perfect bowling conditions. Winning the toss, the captain of the Midwest Rhinos and electing to bowl first. A good start with the ball. Things certainly went pear-shaped when the Mountaineers batsmen looked to take charge, looking to take on the spinners and posting a good total in the end of the day. 277. 278 is what the Midwest Rhinos require to win. 215 is their current position. Nicely bowled by Donald Turipano. It's the end of the 40th. 197 for 6. Victor Nyauchi. It's bowled well so far. Start of 1 for 25 so far. Make that 26 now. Tashinga Msekua, 25 of 30 deliveries. He holds the key to this innings. Neville Madziva, very handy with the bat, can bat. Looking to put in a performance that hopefully the line. Pretty much similar positions this team are. After 40, Mountaineers were up and around the 200 mark. But what they did well was that because of players like Shingi Masakadza, who are very good at finishing off games, they were able to power up and put in a decent total in that last 10. Confusion. It's required. But he makes his ground, Neville Madziva. Had to be a direct hit, but it had to be quicker. Vincent Masekesa. A little too slow trying to gather the ball. As the day comes to a close here. Just 10 overs left in this innings. It's been a good day's play of cricket. Earlier on, it wasn't a promising and exciting game. The wicket was very difficult to bat on, but they stood firm at the Mountaineers. Handy performances from PJ Moore, the captain, to Timson Maruma, and Mawadzi, definite Mawadzi. He was key for me in those two partnerships, two big partnerships. And that really made sure that the Mountaineers posted a decent total, if not a match-winning total, should the Rhinos fail to make use of this final 10 overs to try and get a push and try get over the line. Well bowled from Victor Nyauchi.
The one positive about these dot balls for the Mountaineers is that the run rate will slowly carry on adding up. Currently they require 8.5 and over, but the Rhinos are only going at 4.9, just under 5 runs and over. So this is going to be lying in the back of their minds. They're going to have to try and get that run rate ticking, and by getting that amount of pressure onto the batsmen, they will end up giving them loose shots. There's one.
Shouts of catch it. He's a good fielder, Shingi Masakadza. But that one just falls short. Oh, he did talk about the need to get boundaries, looking to open up to Shingi Msekiwa. And he just gets the single. It's the end of the 41st over. Rhinos 201 for 6.
It was lovely.
Shouts for caught behind. Good delivery to start up the over from Donald Tibana. That one just nipping off the deck. Coming into the right-hander, Tashinga Msekiwa. Suddenly looking to open up. Try and get as many early runs as he can. Tashinga. That's the way he knows how to play. And if it kicks off, it will definitely put Midwest Rhinos in a good position. Nicely bowled. Quick single. Nicely completed as well. Good running. Good cricket all round.
And this is what the Midwest Rhinos batsmen are going to be looking to do. They need to rotate that strike. They need to try and get around on every ball. The more dots that Mountaineers bowl to the Midwest batsmen, the higher the run rate, the required run rate goes up. So this is going to be very wary. If the boundaries, the best they can do is rotate the strike. At least maintain the wickets that they have in hand, so that the last 5 overs they can try and at least go bang bang. Least delivery.
They've not been good in this department today, the Midwest Rhinos. I beg your pardon, the Mountaineers. Plenty of extras in today's effort. The head coach, Njabulo Ncube. This is an area he'll not be too pleased about. "22 extras in total so far. Still another 7 or so. It's another extra, 23 now. Has it been a good day from both sides in terms of extras? Rhinos themselves bowled 22 this morning. Just eclipsed by the Mountaineers' effort. They're on 23 now. So both teams being guilty. Well bowled. Good Yorker. Squirted through to the leg side. Thoughts of 2. He comes back quite comfortably. Tashinga Msekiwa. You can see the intent. He's looking for boundaries. Still looking to remain positive. Still another big hitter to come. And Carl Mumba has done it over and over again, time and again for the Midwest Rhinos. Brandon Mafuta as well. He can hold a bat.
Midwest Rhinos does have a deep batting lineup, so it's not really over yet.
Well bowled. This is good bowling from the senior campaigner. There's been a fumble in the field that allows the Midwest Rhinos batsman to scamper for a second. You won't be happy with this, Donald. Should have been a 1. Kevin Kasuza, fielder, did mid-wicket. Coming in hard and fumbling. On a day when you're playing the final, Stanley, what you want is try by all means to play that clean game of cricket. Hasn't been so for Mountaineers. In a good position, yes, but things can change. Starts for LBW. Does this be a direct hit? And he's gone. What was Msekiwa thinking? There was definitely no run there. But I'll tell you what, it's good thinking from the wicket keeper. Smagodo taking the one glove off. And it's a direct hit. Way out. Was Tashinga Msekiwa. And he has to depart. It's the last ball of the 42nd over. 209 for 7. Kawamumba joins Neville Madziva. One thing that the Mountaineers have done very well today is they've taken wickets on the regular. 7 so far. And key to that is that they've managed to get rid of all the well-known batters off the side. A reckless run-out from Toshingam Sekiwa was key to this innings. Could this be another run-out chance? Direct hit, but unfortunately it takes a massive bounce on the edge of the square. And living dangerously, the Midwest Rhinos batsman, Kawamumba, Neville Madziva.
Two very big hitters too. Come from the same hometown. Played club cricket together. They know each other well, and they could have a good chemistry. Now it's just the pressure that's been applied on them, where Midwest Rhinos into their tail. Mountaineers know this. Good ball. An appeal, but clearly beating the outside edge.
Vincent Masekesa, I'll tell you what, his own celebration really put the umpire off, because you could tell, possibly just happy with the delivery. Good umpiring from Foster Mtizwa.
Mountaineers who want to carry on bowling as many dots as they possibly can.
Streaky.
Muffled shots of LBW there. The bowler and wicketkeeper knowing that was sliding down leg side. Short fine leg doing well. Keep that down to no run.
Playing the miss once again. Hasn't really found his touch. Kawamumba has the ability to clear the boundary, but this time he will have to wait for the next over, because it's the end of the 43rd. 212 for 7. Another extra. Donald Tupano.
Column stand. That's 50 runs a joint. Midwest and the Mountaineers. 50 runs and extras. That says a lot.
I'll tell you what, though, the team that will really feel the pinch with those extras is Midwest Rhinos. With the start they had the Mountaineers under the crunch, and then they let the shackles loosen up. Ideally, with the start they had, they should never have been chasing a total of this magnitude, especially with the way the surface was playing up front. They know they're guilty in letting Mountaineers ending up to post a total of 277. It should never have been. So they only have themselves to rue here. They only have themselves to blame. Mountaineers, however, the benefactor of that, and as such, looking calm at the moment, because they know the required run rate is picking up all the time. 9.5 now. Not to say it's impossible, but it just makes it tougher, because you require boundaries on a regular. And with the way Donald Tiripano is bowling, it will be hard. This bowling unit is quite well fixed with this kind of situations. Shingi Masakadza will be brought into the attack at some point. Mixes ace, got good Yorker. Slow delivery from Donald. It's good bowling. Victor Nyauchi as well. So there's 3 overs. So it's an uphill task in the nature of the talent that they have to face in terms of death bowling.
I have been impressed by how Donald Tiripano has come back in the second spell. His first spell, he had a tough time trying to pick out his line and length. Extremely well, and that experience has just bounced right back in and made it so difficult for the Rhinos to score freely.
A straight pull. It'll only be a 1. This is a good over from Donald Tiripano. All the experience gained from playing many a T20 match, many a Pro 50 match, many representation of the national team, bowling in this kind of situations as well, all coming to the fore. Well bowled. Thoughts of 2. Kevin Kasuza coming in hard from deep mid-wicket. Good cricket all round. More importantly though, it's just a single. 60 runs are required of 37 balls.
The run rate nearing 10 runs and over. It might just be digging them in their own graves right now.
The lead boundaries, the Midwest Rhinos. Last ball of the over. And it's hit off the flick of the hips. That much needed boundary. And Carl Mumba obliges. Full toss onto the pads. Flicked off the pads. And after 44, it's 207. It's alive. An interesting tactic, this. A spinner at this time of the game.
The 2 big hitters at the crease, you know they're going to want to attack the spinner, and they've got the boundary patrolled. You got a deep mid wicket. You got long on. You got long off. You got cow corner. You got a deep square. And good bowling.
This is brave. Brave call from Timsen Maruma. Neville Madziva, what can you do? Oh, good bowling from Vincent Masikisa. Being watchful, looking to take it to the deep.
Timson Maruma winning the mental battle here because the Midwest Rhinos requires boundaries. He spread his field so wide. He's brought a spinner on. The 2 batsmen are not really keen to take on the fielders, and they have not managed to get a run so far. Down to long on. So far, Mountaineers have managed to win the first 5 of the last 10 overs. Midwest Rhinos getting deeper and deeper into trouble as that run rate carries on moving up. Now safely over 10 runs and over required. A big hit taken. Will he beat them? No, it won't. And they just get a single.
I'll tell you what would be interesting. And Stan, you wanted to know, the current stage. What was Mountaineers on? I'll tell you, it's pound for pound. Quite similar in fashion. However, it's the end of the 45th. 224 for 7. Shingi Masakadza into the attack. It was only a matter of time before he was given an opportunity to come back and ball. Good death bowler in his own right. Mixes it up. Pound for pound, these two teams separated by 3 runs. 224 at the Midwest Rhinos. Earlier on, 227 for 7 was the Mountaineers. Nicely bowled. It's just the one.
So this game, Stan, comes down to obviously the bowling effort of the Mountaineers and the batting prowess of the the Rhinos. But the difference is the Mountaineers had a finisher, and the Rhinos have 2 bowlers at the middle.
Well bowled. Cunning. Talked about his change of pace. Shingi Masakadza. Coming back to your statement. Rightfully so. Shingi Masakadza played a very handy effort with the bat, partnered by Donald Tiripano. This is the difference. Pound for pound, but who finishes better is the key thing. They need boundaries at the Midwest. Playing a miss. All important dot balls. Another play and a miss. One-dimensional is Neville Madziva, looking still to try and pierce that leg side when Shingi Masakadza is operating on a wide Yorker line of approach.
And Shingi Masakadza will definitely be happy with his bowling figures, minus the wicket column. He hasn't taken a wicket thus far, but he's done such a lovely effort with the ball. Getting at a 4.8 economy rate.
This is not good. Just a solitary run. Slower delivery. And it's another dot. How good an over is this? Not just for Shingi Masakadza, but for the Mountaineers in total. This is a game-changing effort from Shingi Masakadza. Pressure now to batsmen. They need to find a boundary. Ones won't do it anymore. Superb. He won't mind that. It's just a single to end the over. Brilliant stuff. Could there be an injury to the big man, Shingi Masakadza? Just losing his footing in his follow. This is the end of the 46th. 226 for 7. Vincent Masekesa still being trusted with the ball by Timson Maruma, the Mountaineers captain. It's obviously something he's seen, but Neva Madzila not being comfortable facing Vincent Masekesa, the leg spinner. There's a bit of grip out there. Boundaries are what's required. Starts off with the single immediately off the first ball. But importantly, though, what it means is the big hitter, Carl Mumba, is on strike. Midwest Rhinos require 51 runs of 23 balls with 3 wickets in hand. That required run rate, the major problem. Up and above 13 runs are required from here on. And every dot ball counts. Big hit, straight down the ground. And it's good fielding from Victor Nyauchi, the Mountaineers seamer. I'll tell you what, for all it's worth, I guarantee you, for as long as Carl Mumba is on the crease, there will be entertainment. And entertainment is what's required now. This is good bowling from Vincent Masekesa. Throwing it wide outside that batting line of Carl Mumba. It's a big man, Carl Mumba. Quicker. And he finds Timson Maruma at mid-wicket. It's been a real struggle to get boundaries in the last couple of overs. And it's not helping the cause of the Midwest Rhinos effort. Pull shot, shots of catch it. And it's a 6. Brilliant shot from Carl Mumba. For as long as Carl Mumba is there, I'll tell you what, this game is still alive here at Quaker Sports Club. Massive gamble to keep the spinner on. Taking a liking into him is Carl Mumba, but they need more than just a 6 to get closer and closer to that 278 mark. And again, this time it's another maximum. Carl Mumba on the charge. This is brilliant batting from Carl Mumba. Did speak of a gamble, and it's paid off from the Midwest Rhinos. After 47, 241 for 7. Good to see the big man, Shingi Masakadza, back on the park. There's a big role to play here. A fantastic last over from him, from the school end. With ball in hand once again. With all his tricks, all his bag of tricks will be required here. Shots of catch it with PJ Moore. Taking the safe route, letting it bounce in front of him. But what it means is the big man, another big man in the opposition team, Carl Mumba, is now on strike. 22 of 14 deliveries.
A very intense game, Stan. This is definitely going to go down to the last ball. And this over is key. What happens in this over will really set how this game is going to end.
Inside edge. This good stuff from the wicket keeper. that ball easily to a vacant third man, fine leg rather, area. Good work from Spencer Magodo. Hasn't had the best of days today behind the stumps, but it's crucial that he continues to think straight, be positive, stop everyone that he can behind the stumps. Extra. Still struggling, Shingi. You'll have to ball that one again. 2-2.
Pretty interesting game today. Couldn't have had a better final. First of all, it was the scare of the rain in the morning. Slowish wicket when the Mountaineers, and then now we're down to the last 3 overs of the game, and it's pretty close. Gets bat on it. Will he pierce the gap? One bouncing over the boundary. This is going to be close.
Kyle Mumba, will you be the hero today? This is exactly what the doctor has ordered, and Kyle Mumba is sure putting that prescription down to good effect. 26 deliveries. He still needs to continue. A brilliant match this is turning out to be. The makings of a final. The weather's held back. It's given us an opportunity to watch some fantastic cricket. It's the Pro 50 final. It's all happening here at Kwekwe Sports Club.
The Mountaineers trying to retain that cup from last season, and the Rhinos trying to get their second.
It's good bowling from Shingi Masakadza. If you ever want to bowl death to Kyle Mumba, ideally you want him to try and pierce that offside. You bowl anything too straight, you will disappear. He knows that all too well. Shingi Masakadza. Liver still remaining in this over. And he goes big. Shouts of catch it. Does it get over the boundary? Yes, it does. Kyle Mumba, you beauty. It's all happening here. The crowd is getting involved. It's getting pumped up at Kwekwe Sports Club. Could this be the man to take the Midwest Rhinos over the line? Slowly by slowly, it's ball by ball. 25 runs, 13 balls. Midwest Rhinos on the charge.
Kyle Mumba bringing the Midwest Rhinos right back into this game, Stan. What looked like an almost impossible feat has just suddenly turned possible. And he retains strike. They go for 2. Good running in between the wickets. They do have a good understanding of each other, Kyle Mumba, Neville Madziva. And they're in the over on 255 for 7.
I'll tell you what, it's all happening here at Kwekwe Sports Club. Victor Nyauchi, seasoned campaigner, brought back into the attack from the city end. He'll be bowling to Neville Madziva. Hasn't really found his rhythm, Neville. 15-23. It's driven down the ground. Importantly, it's a single. And brings back man of the moment here at Kwekwe Sports Club, Carl Mumba.
What Victor Nyauchi needs to be wary of is not to bowl that straight. The ball he gave Neville Madziwa was a little too straight. He needs to play outside off stump, fourth stump, fifth stump. It's key to not give Carl Mumba that room for him to play his shots freely. He is a big hitter and he showed and clear the boundary.
Taking his time, Victor Nyauchi. Instructions coming in from Winston Shingi Masakadza. The captain, Timson Maruma. Field change immediately. The field at square leg pushed back onto the boundary. Tip square leg is now in place. And a short fine leg. This is quite interesting considering Victor Nyauchi normally tails the ball into the right-hander. Well bowled.
You could feel that the Yorker was the setup ball with sending the square leg deep and bringing the fine leg in. Because, I mean, if you was going to go for the short ball and the top edge came into play, that would have just whizzed right over the fine leg's head.
They need to continue scoring. They need the Midwest Rhinos. Is that the one? No. Shots of catch. Shingi Masakadza comes in to collect. Not the best of throws to the wicket keeper, but it's all safe. 3 off 3. They do need a boundary. Still have an opportunity to do so. 3 more balls remain in this over. He's been brilliant with the ball in hand. Victor Nyauchi. 2 runs is conceded so far. Carl Mumba. It's not another boundary. Yes, it is. Could this be another remember the name kind of moment? Carl Mumba, you beauty.
He has been impressive, Stan. He's brought the fans alive at Kwekwe Sports Club. He's brought Midwest right back into the game. The current bowlers don't know what to do with the ball. They are trying to place it in different seams to just find the boundary.
Well, one thing here, which I'm not understanding tactically, is that Victor Nyauchi knows he angles the ball in. You've got to bowl wide, otherwise you'll be bowling into the arc of Carl Mumba. He's strong through the leg side. Take a leaf from Shingi Masakadza. He bowled wide, forced him to play through the offside. He won't mind, Carl. Another straight delivery. Will this be a catch? 2 runs is the result. I'll tell you what, even though Victor Nyauchi is not happy with the fielding effort here, there's nothing much Shingi Masakadza could have done. If at all, he's quite lucky that ball didn't go to the boundary. Low full toss. Mistimed by Carl Mumba. With the ball still to go.
It has been a hive of entertainment, Stan. These last 2 overs are definitely going to be something to remember. And no other way to have a final played at Kwekwe Sports Club, the home ground of the Midwest Rhinos.
Heaved. But look at 10 thoughts of 2. It'll be a single, and I'll tell you what, it keeps Carl Mumba on strike. It's the last over. The Midwest Rhinos require 13 runs off 6 balls as the end of the 49, the 265 for 7. All the makings of a final here at Kwekwe Sports Club. Donald Tiripano given the responsibility to bowl the last over of the match. Midwest Rhinos, 13 runs off 6 balls. There were 3 wickets in hand. At one point, you would have thought they were down and out. But I'll tell you what, a game-changing innings from Carl Mumba. 42 runs off just 23 deliveries has similarly brought this back into their favor.
Nail biter, I tell you, Stan. It's a nail biter. The fans are on their feet. Everyone just doesn't know which way this game will go. All eyes on Donald Tiripano right now.
Well bowled. This is good stuff from Donald Tiripano. Looking at the bowlers on the park, bar the injured bowler who's walked out. The man to go to. This is the best decision Timson Maruma could have made to give it to Donald Tiripano.
He's a seasoned bowler. He does know how to sustain pressure. He's done this before for the national team and club. Can he do it again?
Brilliant. Brilliant from Neville Madiba. It's a maximum 6 runs from Neville Madiba. I'll tell you what, he couldn't hit it out the middle, but right here in the final over, he's nailed it right in the middle of the bat. Neville Madiba, you beauty.
What a time to just suddenly pick his form. I did not see that coming, Stan. I don't think Tiripano saw it coming either. This has to be one of the best finals that I've seen. Pro 50 all the way.
Good cricket on offer here. 272 for 7. The fans right on the boundary, boys, cheering their team on. And why not? 4 more deliveries remain. Plenty of field changes happening on the park now. Donald Tiripano, change of action, looking to come around the wicket, trying to get it going across Neville Madiba.
You sense he wants to get back to that fuller line, Stan. Neville was having a tough time playing that delivery.
Nicely. And then well fielded as well by Victor Nyauchi, because any further to his left, there's no boundary right on the leg side, especially in that final leg region. That would have been a boundary. It's all happening here. This is a game to remember. 5 runs off 3 balls, 3 wickets in hand. Required run rate is not a question anymore here. It's just a matter of getting bats on ball. And it's that man who's really brought back into this game, Carl Mumba, who's on strike. Couldn't have asked for a better finish to this final. Nicely driven. Good delivery. Thoughts of 2. They will settle down for the 1. 4 runs off just 2 deliveries here at Kwekwe Sports Club. Who will walk out the victor in this Pro 50 final? One thing is certain, we have to thank the gods of rain, the gods of the weather. They've kept it aside, they've allowed the game to go on, and boy oh boy, what a final we're witnessing here.
Stan, I smell a super over, buddy. What do you think?
I'll tell you what, there's a victory in plain sight. No super over here, Stan. Well bowled. Brilliant stuff. Some good sportsmanship here. That's happening. Donald Tiripano, Neville Madiba just colliding. They could have easily, well within their rights, run out Neville Madiba. But good sense are prevailing. So this is what it is. Midwest Rhinos required 3 runs of the last delivery of the match. Can they do it? They have an opportunity because it's Carl Mumba who is on strike right now. Donald Tiripano runs in with the last ball. Would you believe it? There's no way. Midwest Rhinos. It's the Mountaineers. They have taken it for the second time in a row. Jubilation. Jubilation for the Mountaineers. Here Kwekwe. Jabula Ngube, the coach, joins in the celebration. Or I'll tell you what, be that as it may, a brilliant charge by West Rhinos. They came back strong, courtesy of Carl Mumba. 43 of just 25 deliveries. He had put this team back. But that move by Timson Maruma to bring back Donald Tiripano to pull the last over has paid dividends. What a fantastic match. The Midwest Rhinos, the Mountaineers, what a fantastic final this is. And what this means is that the Mountaineers have won the Pro 50 final by just 2 runs.
I would not have thought that the game would come down to the last ball like this. And the Mountaineers winning by 1 run. 1 run. Who would have asked for a better final? Carl Mumba with that cameo, 43 runs off 26 deliveries. He did all he could. He did all he could. But at the end of the day, Donald Tiripano became the victor.
A brilliant bowling spell from the senior statesman. I'll tell you what, look at that batting scorecard from the Rhinos. Takudzanashi, 0 for 5 off 5 deliveries. Prince Mashauri, 43 off 76. Tarsam Sakanda, blistering 37 off 31. Eddie Byram, 4 runs off his 2 deliveries. Jonathan Campbell held the ship together, 57 off 80. Nyashamanyawo, 9 off 15. Tashingam Sekiwa, 31 off 38. Nievo Madziva, 25 off 28. And that man who really changed things around, who really could have, but Carl Mumba, 44 off 26. Looking at the bowling card, Victor Nyauchi, 1 for 39 off his 9. Shingi Masakadza, none for 52. Tinashim Chawaya, 2 for 33. Donald Tiripano, 1 for 53. What an important final over he delivered here. Definite Mawadzi, none for 21. Clive Chitumba, 1 for 25. And Vincent Masekesa, 1 for 51. Restricting the Midwest Rhinos to 276 of this Pro 50 final. The Mountaineers by 1 run. Preparations are all happening here for the post-match presentation. And up and above that, as we see the Midwest Rhinos giving a congratulatory clap and a thank you clap to their fans. It was a brilliant day for cricket. The winners let us allowed us to play this fantastic final, and what a fantastic final it was. They can go home with their heads high, the Midwest Rhinos, because they came back strong in this game. However, the victors, the Mountaineers, for the second time in a row, they retained their cup and will be looking to celebrate at some point this evening. From up here in the commentary box, it's a goodbye.